And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Now, what we'll do is switch over to the other screen. Let's go here. This way. All right. All right. Hello. And welcome. I'll do a recap about the trial stuff today and talk about other things too. And there's a little over there. There's like a Christmas candle in the back of me, so that's what that glare is in the background. So today it was no verdict yet. They're gonna start again on Monday. Hello, Cosmic Shield Maiden. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a nice day. So with Brian Walsh, there is no verdict today until Monday, and a lot of speculation was going around about what exactly would occur in this circumstance. There was many thinking within an hour or so they would get a verdict, but it went through the whole day. There was openings. I mean, there was closings from both sides. I believe, if I got that right, and some people didn't think that the Commonwealth did the best they could have done, but I thought they did all right, but they could have done a little bit different. But I thought they overall did all right. I think the case was quite clear. But although I always say, like yesterday, I said how a jury can be very unpredictable, and this is a situation that I'm talking about, where they're just completely. You think it's going to be a certain way, but it's not, because it's sometimes not as easy to see, because they will have their own, view of it over how we may view something. So there's that. Let's go here. What's going on? Right now, getting more into this. Yes, and both of them presented closing arguments like I remembered, which that's what happens. And they're going to return Monday to continue deliberations. And the case has been handed over to the jury of 6 women and 6 men to decide the verdict on the first-degree murder charge. And a lot of times with a trial, there is a situation where people will have a lot of information to look over. Sometimes the jury may have lots and lots of pages to look through and talk about. It may be a quick verdict, but present the information is not the quickest way to do it. Where it may be lengthy to go through everything, especially if a trial is over a period of time like this one. So there's a timing gap between how long it takes. It's not simple as like checking out a piece of paper. I've never been to it, but from my observation and from learning about this, they'll have to go through this with their group and stuff. It's a bit time consuming, but it doesn't mean that it happens, right away. It may, even if the verdict is obvious. But I don't really know. Could they be deadlocked? Could they be someone that doesn't completely agree? We don't really know. We'll know later, though. Defense strategy. The defense rested their case on Thursday without calling a single witness, and Brian Walsh himself declined to testify. This was a surprise, as it was widely expected he would testify to support the defense's theory that Anna died suddenly and unexpectedly, and he panicked. Prosecution argued that Walsh planned the killing and was cool and calculated in his actions, and that it defies common sense that Anna died unexpectedly. They emphasized circumstantial evidence, including the surveillance video, DNA links on evidence, and his online searches about body disposals. Defense doubled down on the lack of direct evidence or clear motive for murder and stressed that there was no physical evidence found in the house itself. They suggested Brian's online searches were a result of disbelief and confusion after finding her dead, not premeditation. Charges. So Brian was fighting the first degree murder charge and has already pleaded guilty to lesser charges. And let's see. In the Commonwealth's closing argument on Friday, the December 12th, the Assistant District Attorney Ann Yass urged the jury to use their common sense and find Brian Walsh guilty of premeditated first-degree murders of his wife, Anna Walsh. Prosecution's core argument was that Anna's death was not sudden, unexpected event, but a planned killing motivated by a failing marriage, a life insurance policy, and Brian's desire to avoid prison time in an unrelated art fraud case. All right, the key points in the Commonwealth's closing was that Anna Walsh is dead because he murdered her. Prosecution Yass opened her argument by pointing directly at Brian Walsh and stating he murdered his wife and intended to kill her. Defies common sense. The prosecution attacked the defense's theory that Anna died of natural causes, stating it defies common sense that a fit 39-year-old woman in great shape could die unexpectedly. Premeditation and plan. The Commonwealth argued that Walsh's actions demonstrated a cool, calculated plan, not a panicked reaction. Lying to police, he lied losing his phone and Anna's travel plans to create a window of time for his plan. Online searches. The prosecution highlighted the chilling internet searches made on his device, including how to saw a body. It is possible to clean DNA off a knife. And hello there, Bubbles. Good to see you. Hatchet presented evidence of his deliberate intent to dismember and dispose of the body. Physical evidence. Yas presented images of key evidence found at a trash facility in the basement, including a blood-stained rug with a blood clot and a broken piece of Anna's Gucci necklace embedded in it. Blood-stained adult-sized slippers and matted hair. Items recovered from trash, such as Tyvek suit, cleaning agents, her Prada purse, and boots. Motive: the prosecution pointed to material stress, including Anna's affair and plan to move to DC with children, and a 2.7 million life insurance policy naming Brian as the beneficiary as potential motives for the murder. Prosecution concluded by asking the jury to analyze the evidence and use their common sense to reach only one verdict: find the defendant guilty of premeditated first-degree murder or of Anna Walsh. All right. In the defense's closing argument on Friday, December 12th, the attorney... Hello, Shell. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. I have been fine. There's been quite a bit of things going on, but I've been managing well overall, and a lot of busy things. So there's that. I had a good time with one of my friends today, and that went well. And I saw, watching the verdict for this trial. So yeah, that is how I'm doing, and I was doing other things that need to be done around the house. How are you? I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for asking. All right, so the defense's closing argument on Friday, December 12th, attorney Tracy Miner emphasized the lack of direct physical evidence of a murderer and argued that Brian Walsh's alarming internet searches were a sign of disbelief and confusion. Yes, friend in time good, yes. Where I am, the weather has lightened up. Well, it's gotten a little bit warmer where I am. It was cold for a past couple of the past week, and now it's starting to warm up a little bit again. Where I am, it was because here we just have lots of rain, cold fronts, and then it gets cold for a little while, and it goes back. So that was nice. I saw some of the kind of wild animals that around here, and I saw the one of the outside cats that came to see me. I haven't seen him in a couple of days. That was cool to see before I got here. I remember there was I'm getting some of the garden ready for some of the fall winter plants, because it's going around that time of year to get it done. Also looking up some things for videos, researching different things like that as well. Alright, the key points in the defense's closing: no body, no murder, no evidence. Miner repeatedly stressed that the absence of Anna's body, a murderer weapon, and a clear crime scene with conclusive evidence and cohasset home, she pointed out the blood evidence found was minimal and circumstantial, challenging to the definition of premeditation. The defense's central claim was that there was no evidence of planning the killing itself. They suggested Anna unexpectedly likely of natural causes, although they offered no specific cause, and Brian is a state of panic and poor judgment and made terrible decisions afterward to cover it up. Searches as disbelief, not design. Miner presented, this is the the defense. It doesn't really make any sense because they're trying to twist it around to make him look innocent, but the defendant, in my eyes, is guilty, and they didn't come with a verdict today where a lot of us thought it would. I don't know always because they're unpredictable, but I thought it would be quick, but it took the whole day, and they didn't find anything. Miner presented the internet searches such as how to saw body, 10 ways to dispose of body is not murder but plot as actions of disturbed, confused, and panicked man trying to deal with a sudden overwhelming situation in a horrible way. Alternative motives for searches. The defense proposed that the searches could have occurred after Anna's death, that Brian was trying to figure out what had happened or what to do next. They argued search history timeline didn't definitively prove a plan before death. Focus on reasonable doubt. Defense concluded by reiterating that the high burden of proof on prosecution. Miner told jury that lack of concrete evidence for murder itself as opposed to disposal of remains meant they must find reasonable doubt and acquit him first degree murder charge. All right, so that's a little review about today, although Monday rather, we're going to see more of those things. See if they come up with a verdict or not. All right, let's see. Next part. So this next part of the show, So I did the coverage on that part of the trial that I saw today, a little bit of a recap on it. Now what I'm going to do is talk about some mysterious cases that were not solved from the 1800s. This is kind of like mysterious part, and then I'll go to another part of the stream after that. All right. These are the most notable unsolved mysteries from that era. All right. Jack the Ripper, the most famous unsolved murder case of all time, and unidentified serial killer known as Jack the Ripper murdered at least 5 women, all prostitutes, in the impoverished Whitechapel district in London in 1888. Killer was never caught, and his identity remains a mystery, generating countless theories over the last century. The mysterious Mary Celeste, I probably said that wrong, 1872. The American merchant ship Mary Celeste was found adrift aboard the in the Atlantic Ocean with its cargo intact, crew's belongings still in the quarters. There is no sign of the captain or the seven crewmen in the lifeboats was missing. The circumstances of their disappearance remain a classic nautical mystery. Reminds me of the Bermuda Triangle, because there's lots of stories of the Bermuda Triangle where these ships were there and they went missing. All right, the Servant Girl Annihilator, an unidentified serial killer deleter in Austin, Texas, murdered 8 people, 7 women, 1 man, between 1884 and 1885. The victims, primarily servant girls, were attacked with an axe. The case created widespread panic. The killer was never identified. I have never heard of that before. There's been some axe killer mysteries around different places that they didn't quite know who did those. The Lizzie Borden murders in Fall River, Massachusetts in 1882. The wealthy businessman Andrew Borden and his wife Abby were brutally deleted. Hello, Jesus. Welcome to the chat. I was doing a recap about the trial today, and now I'm talking about some unsolved cases from the 1800s at the moment. We are blessed to have you here. I hope that you're doing well. They were brutally murdered in the home with a hatchet. Andrew's daughter, Lizzie Borden, was accused and tried of the murders, but a jury acquitted her in 1893. No one else was ever charged, and the case remains subject to popular culture and speculation. Hello, Moki. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you here. All right. So, hello, Anna. Welcome. Nice to see you. And the next part is... Oh, okay. Thank you, Moki. The dateline is Karina Cooper, Lady Tonight. Oh, okay. Thank you. Hope everybody's had a nice day so far. And has a good evening, too. This appearance of Louis Le Prince, a pioneer of motion picture, credited as one of the innovators of the medium. Prince disappeared mysteriously in 1890 after boarding the train to Dijon, Paris. He was never seen again, neither his body nor his luggage. Was ever found, just before he was due to showcase his invention in New York. Murder of Mary Rogers, also known as the beautiful cigar girl. Mary Rogers was never found. Rogers was found in the Hudson River in New York in 1841. The sensational case became a national mystery and inspired Edgar Allan Poe's story, The Mystery of Marie Roget. A suspect was tried, acquitted, and the real leader was never identified. Alright, those are some... Oh, okay, Moki. Okay, Moki. Thank you for the update. And I wish, hopefully everything went well with that. And yeah, it sounds... I remember back in like 06 or something like that, one of my relatives had that done a long time ago. So, as I said, I'm familiar with it. It's it's like an operation. it's more specific than that, but familiar with it. So thank you for the update. Yeah, I'm sure it's been. It sounds like it's been quite hectic. A lot of stuff going on with that. Of and absolutely, Anna. Yeah, sorry about her hubby. Indeed, yes. All right. So the other part of this is the cryptids. So we talk about UFOs, and another thing that I think quite fascinating is the cryptids. Another thing, let's see, especially like, oh, that's good to hear, Moki. That's good to hear. That I'm glad he's feeling better. All right, and it says saw Karina is on tonight, Dateline, but don't want to see her. Okay, okay. All right, and this is the cryptids. It has to do with. Ah, Oki says to Jesus, Jesus Christ, do you watch The Chosen? It's all about you. Yeah, yeah. The if Jesus hasn't seen it yet, he needs to watch it. It's a very good series. I've seen it before. No question. All right, the cryptids are animals whose existence is rumored or described in folklore, but remains unsustainable, unsubstained by scientific evidence. So so they're like skinwalkers and stuff like that. All right, there's undocumented science. The primary characteristic is that the mainstream science does not recognize their existence, based in folklore and sightings. Belief in cryptids stem from the eyewitness accounts, local legends, historical stories passed down through generations. Plausible but unproven, many cryptozoologists focus on creatures that could theoretically fit within known biological paragrams, like Bigfoot, stuff like that. Famous ones is Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, the Chupacabra, and the Yeti. So those are. And I've studied about the Loch Ness Monster before. It's very deep down there. If it was real, there could be caves and stuff under there where they're hiding, and wouldn't be directly like down there. But there has been alleged things that have been popping up from underneath, like they'll have like an aerial view of something in the water, but nothing has been confirmed yet. It's mostly seen as a legend. Yeah. And prayers for everybody's health and medical situations to be resolved as soon as possible. Yes. We want everyone to be nice and healthy. Facts. Scared. Now, there's instances when cryptids have become real. So, interestingly, several animals widely accepted today were once considered a cryptids or hoaxes by wider scientific community. Their existence confirmed only after physical evidence was provided. So, The animals I'm about to tell you were once seen as a folkloric creature that was confirmed to be real later. The gorilla, dismissed as a monstrous humanoids from folklore until formally described in the mid 1800s. So the gorilla was thought to be a folklore creature, but it seems to be real. And it says, I believe she believes she was a Viking shield maiden in a previous life. Well, that's very cool. That's very cool. Yeah, the Vikings. I've always had a fascination with them. They were from far up north, and a few of my aunts. Well, many people are related to them. Maybe everybody's related to them distantly, but I have some parts of United Kingdom where I'm related to, was connected with them. Yeah, they were a very uh, good warriors, a noble warrior group, and they did lots of trade, and they're very good at navigating the seas, because there's these situations where they have these big ships that go over the Northern Sea, and the waves look crazy. It looks insane. And they had these tiny little Viking boats, these little cardboard shack looking things, which are very beautiful ships, by the way, but compared to the big sea, it looks like a cork. And that they were able to, and had the courage to go into those things and travel the seas. And that is, and I'm sure there could have been sea monsters like the Kraken, for instance, which is another cryptid, is that the Kraken existed in the water of this big giant squid thing, as you all know. We know from the pirate game, you all know what it is. And that came from them originally, that there is some giant squid thing in their waters. Now, I will say with the squid and the other potential sea monsters that existed is, yeah, very frightening seas. So, and Anna had an adventurous past life as a shield maiden. They have a nice shield wall, so they would, and I've dealt with swords and shields and spears before, because my friend was an enthusiast with it, and yeah, they would make a shield like a turtle with a shield, and they would have their spears. So yeah, and they would raided England. They raided different all over they did trade in the Middle East too, Mediterranean. They were all over the old world, and also Russia. So yeah. And it says, I'm a tough broad. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So you still are today as you were in the past life. Yeah. The Viking series, I don't know if you've seen the Viking series, Anna. That's something that I watched the whole time. Rated France and Russia. Yes, correct. Yes. Those also were rated. I like the Viking series. That was a very good depiction of them. They didn't have those helmets with the horns in them, usually, like it's depicted. They were more regular helmets, and a lot of times didn't wear them. So, yeah, the Vikings, they went to France and they burnt down uh, they raided the churches, and because the churches had value, they weren't trying to be like sacrilegious or anything. They were trying to get the gold and silver and stuff, the valuables in it, and that's a lot of it was depicted in the Viking show, that they would take it from those places because that's where all the uh, valuable things were. They so yeah, they went to France and Russia too. So usually they like the coastal areas a lot because that's where they would go in their ship, and they're basically pirates. That's what a Viking is. It's a pirate from the northern seas. another thing, they were, trying to unite the Viking tribes and going west. And when they're trying to go west to unite and get gold and silver, and even back in those days, gold and silver was very valuable to them, and it still holds value today. But the fiat currency doesn't always hold value; it goes up, and not really anything that goes down. The gorilla dismissed as monstrous humanoids in folklore. Yes, yes, I do remember that. Do remember that. Jesus says to Moki, "No, never heard of it. Where can I watch it?" And Anna says, That's right, Alien. Yes, love Viking series. They did great on France. So remember when you first saw France? So cool. Yeah, yeah. It was. Yeah, I remember when they were. That's great. You like to watch it. King Ragnar. Yes, it's based in real history. And Ragnar Lothbrok, he was a very noble, uh, the main character in the beginning of the series, and he was very. He had this drive to unite the Viking clans and go west. He went and to go to different regions. So yeah, and yeah, France was very cool when they raided France, and I liked what they did. And see, Ann and I saw the series, so we're gonna say some spoiler alerts. This series is about over 10 years old, so it is what it is. So just spoiler warning that he was in the coffin, and it was like a surprise. I remember when he got baptized, and his Viking brethren were very angry because they saw it differently than how we would see the religion stuff. So yeah, he that was very cool what they did with the how they depicted France, and later on in the series, his sons took over and did many things with and they had wars and battles and stuff like that. Hoagie says Jesus, it's on Amazon Prime. It's really good. I can't recommend it enough. Very moving. Amen. Absolutely, she's correct. Yes, and I absolutely, and I like the Viking music. There's different bands, I mean, not bands, but like groups that play the pagan folk Nordic Viking music. I like those. I when I was 10 years ago, right? So say 10 years ago, when I was in 12 years ago, 11 years ago, I would watch a Viking series, and I liked the folk music that they would have. I liked the Viking metal that I listened to that too. I was more into that. I liked rap also that I've talked about here. That was more a little bit later. I completely accepted it more, but primarily I listened to all kinds of different music. But back then I was really into the Viking stuff and that type of theme, and I enjoyed the way they had the show, and I feel it was very accurate in my opinion. And yeah, the costumes, the props, and the ships and the locations, I'm sure it cost a fortune. Yeah. So that was about 10 years ago. And before that, very interested in it. Show must have cost a fortune directing those fight scenes. Amazing, and also the training they did, the training they did to do the combat and the special effects. Absolutely. France was like it was an ode. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Very good point about France. The Komodo dragon tales from Indonesian islands were considered just tales until 1910. The platypus. European naturalists believe the first pelts were elaborate hoaxes created by stitching together parts of different animals. the giant squid. Stories of massive sea monsters, kraken, existed for millennia, but a whole confirmed specimen was able to science until relatively recently. France on like a pedestal in the ocean. Vikings never seen tall buildings like that. Oh, okay, that's what you meant instead. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, what they were used to were wooden houses and wooden buildings. And the Mediterranean has, as we've talked about before during our art streams, we've shown various structures and paintings that they did in the different regions. And yes, they put them on a pedestal for the big buildings that they saw and the gold and silver and the magnificent structures. They were in awe about them because it's something they weren't used to. So that is correct. There's a bit of a culture shock there. Yes, they did. I think they did very well with France. That had to be expensive, Anna, for them to do that. It must have cost them quite a bit. And I remember the Normandy when Rolio becomes the Duke of Normandy, just as it's like that in history. Yes, yes. I remember the look on the actors' faces when they saw it. They looked like they were seeing aliens. It's something they had never seen before. And they took Paris, and that was like the most epic thing for them. It's like the way that they were acting in the show, and the magnificent structures and the fortresses. That was, I think it was all very good acting and very realistic. Yeah, they were. They almost felt threatened by it. Like they didn't know to be threatened by it or to be in awe by it or both, and they just had this like a tornado meeting a volcano size of emotions as they were dealing with these different things. Yeah, and I remember they had the bishops and the churches in it, and they were just there to do trade and raiding, and they called it Franca. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. There is a scene in the Viking series. Yeah, starstruck. Yeah, yeah, that's a way to say it. Another thing about the Viking series was they went to the Middle East at a point, and they wanted to leave them alone in there and not cause them problems. Now, people were complaining about this, but it was a way of the character's development because he murdered Athelstein, if that's the right way to say the word, uh, when he was praying. Right, he went and murdered him for praying to Jesus because they was not from their pagan uh, Viking religion. He was very nationalistic, that character, about it, and Fran Franca. I like the emoji right there. Nice. So when he went to the Middle East, he didn't want them to be murdered because he had a change of heart and decided not to do that because he must have regretted killing Athelstan. And Athelstan was in the Viking show was a Christian monk that they captured from England, and he was enslaved. and brought to the Viking homeland, as they raided the monastery to get the gold and silver and things like that. Yeah, and the with the filmography, one thing. There's a lot of times the right moments where they had mist, or they had cloudy weather, they had scary weather, or they had sunshine. So I think the cinematography was good. The definition and the way they filmed it was very skilled. And usually Floki and Ragnar were very close friends, but they had drifted opinions, and then Ragnar had this conflict with Christianity and his religion that he grew up with. That was something that was a conflict for him throughout time. And they showed you the Viking execution methods and how they did stuff there. For instance, this is going to be graphic, but they had the Blood Eagle. They kind of displayed that. They displayed the various brutalities that they did, and then they show a humane side of them. So I think the show has a good character arc of human emotions, and it's a good love story too, and struggles. So yeah, it was like a well written story. It was a well written story. It was a historically accurate too. So it really checks all the boxes there. And it says crazy guy Loki was brilliant builder, but stuff he had constructed for the raid failed. Loki was brilliant builder, and stuff he did constructed for the raid failed. He didn't expect France to be so well protected. France more advanced than the Vikings. Yeah, that is true, because something about the Nordic countries, especially the Vikings at that time, is that, including the United Kingdom, where the Celts were, was that the Romans were very advanced and very powerful at their time. The Romans were the America of their day. Like a lot of our Rome and Greece is where our different ideas of democracy, republic, all that comes from them. And our structures and our capitol buildings, architecture comes from the Mediterranean. And yeah, the Vikings, they have these wooden ships, and they have these wooden structures that they where they came from, and they didn't have the foreknowledge of how advanced they were going to be. So he was a very good builder, and he was very good at constructing things, but he didn't realize how it was going to go, and that's where the failure came from. So they had to use other methods to try to get what they wanted to. Also, the German people, which is the south of Scandinavia, they were in the woodlands. They were also quite similar to the Vikings in that sense. They were just like in the woodlands. But the people in the Mediterranean, yeah, they're much more advanced. Like, for instance, they had the Roman Empire, and then it became the Catholic Church when it became Christianized. But it's still in a way carried on in some other kind of incarnation through the church. All right, and Another thing they depicted well was the dragon ships. The dragon ships were these very obviously people have seen those before. The Viking longships with a dragon on top of it, and they would go and sail and use that for navigation. That was able to carry them across the different seas. And they went to Spain and they went to France and different regions with them. There's one time Ragnar was like on drugs or something and he was hallucinating. That was an interesting scene in the that they added to it. There's scenes of their different gods that they depicted. They depicted Odin, I know for sure. That was quite crazy. Okay, and Jesus says, I'll check it out when I can, Moki. Thank you for the recommendation. I'll check a trailer out as soon as this live stream is done. Appreciate it, brother. Well, uh, um, uh, yeah, Moki is a sister, actually. But thank you, Jesus, for the that you'll check it out. It's very it's very you'll certainly like it. And thank you for being here. All right, Anna says also that Black Sail series Alien OMG, you will love it. If you can access the Stars channel, Alien, if you can see Black Sails, get a realistic based on historic pirate saga and the ships. Oh wow. Well, that's good that they made that. I will save that and look into that one. Okay, let's see. Give like a summary about it. All right, so the Four Seasons historical fantasy drama series that serves as a gritty prequel to the Robert Louis Stevenson classic novel, The Treasure Island. It blends the real historical pirate events with fictional characters and storylines. All right, the premise is the show set in 1715 during the golden age of piracy, primarily on the lawless new province of the island, a pirate haven, port city of Nassau. I said that wrong, by the way. The pirates are under threat of extinction under the British Navy begins to reclaim the waters. The central plot follows the brilliant but featured Captain James Flint and his crew. They hunt for the ultimate prize, the Spanish treasure Galilean. Eureka de Lima. And I'm going to get the right pronunciation in a moment. Let's go here. Nassau is that. Okay. The port city of Nassau. And the key characters in this is going to be a mix of fictional characters from the Treasure Island and real life historical pirates. Captain James Flint, former Royal Navy officer driven to piracy by personal tragedy and desire to create an independent pirate nation. Long John Silver, initially manipulative cook, he rises to become a powerful pirate leader, setting the stage for his role on Treasure Island. And let's see. Anna says Mokes, he always asks to be called for cancellations to go my vid up, but wouldn't do surgery cleared. He needs the prostate surgery. Do they expect him to have the bag forever high pressure? Yeah. And absolutely, and if that is a situation that I would find annoying, if I was in that. And it's kind of a catch-22 situation, and certainly needs to be done. And I can imagine he's increasingly getting agitated. So, yeah, that they need to come up with. What they need to do? They need to come up with a system where people can have more time with the circumstances of a window where these operations can be done quicker. We're not in the 1800s or something. And people, I think they could get these things done quicker. It would be nice if they could do that, because people need to get with the program, and maybe in the future they could have a system where they could get it more quick. So, yeah. So, wish you all. Thank you for the update. Long John Silver, initially manipulative cook. Long John Silver is that restaurant or something like that. Initially manipulative cook, he rises to become a powerful pirate leader, setting the stage for his role in Treasure Island. I read that a moment ago, I think. Eleanor Guthrie, the shrewd daughter of a local smuggling kingpin who runs Nassau, operates fetching stolen goods and supplies for pirates. Men don't leave their Johnson out of commission, Cather, since October 14th. Hilarious. Yeah, exactly. It's a long overdue. It's the on the fifth Mokes. Yeah. Politics in society. The show explores complex international pirate democracies and social structures of New Province, contrasting them with hypocrisy and brutality of the British Empire and colonialism. War versus love. The narrative ultimately focuses on choices characteristics make between perpetual war for the ideals, the pursuit of love and peace. The power of stories. A reoccurring theme is how historical events shaped the stories told about them, emphasizing a story is true, a story is untrue. Time extends, it matters less and less. Conclusion. The four-season arc concludes by setting up the world of Treasure Island. Flint and Silver choose a path that allows them to be with their loved ones. Away from constant war, the legend of Long John Silver grows while there are different flags, things like that. So it's certainly something to look into. What's this? Fall off the table. Okay, Anna. Good night to you. Thank you for coming. All right. Peace. Moki says, love to you and your husband. Oh, you're not leaving. Okay. Okay, I thought my Timu brain saying thought it was a goodbye. Scared. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay. Yamoki says, Jesus Christ, I'm a chick. Okay. Let's see. Come on, Timu. You got this. Right, and a recap about the Viking series is main TV series heavily features the Frankish kingdoms and the siege of Paris. Oh, that is true. Moki says, haha, we need a goodbye thing again. Where is Pash? Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? And I've not seen Pash here tonight. I don't know. Um, we certainly needed to come by indeed. Goodbye to Moki. It was nice seeing you. Scared. Is its sequel series Vikings Valhalla also touches upon the Norman king William the Conqueror, whose ancestors were Vikings who settled in France. Storyline in France: the seasons 3 and 4 depict the legendary Ragnar Lothbrok and his brother Rolio leading a massive Viking fleet raid to raid ultimately lay siege to Paris in the ninth century, not 19th century, but the ninth century. All right, let's go here. Hopefully that critter didn't get out, or there's not one of those other critters again that Zero got. So that's true. Because it happens all the time. All right. Yeah, and yeah, people will assume that she's a guy for some reason. Sometimes people think that I'm a girl. Sure, Moki. Absolutely. I'll go look. Okay, let's go here. Facts, Jesus. Nice. All right. The Chosen. Okay, so this is season 1, episode 7, betraying the most famous conversation in the Bible. So here we go. Let's put this here. All right, we'll show a scene of The Chosen, a part of the scene. All right, let's go. Other displays, and go here. All right, let's do the trailer. Okay. Thank you, Anna, very much. That's very sweet of you. Alien, you're nice and decent. That's why they think you're a gal. No better. You're a hot stuff kid. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Let's do this one. It's gonna work. Computer is being special for a moment. All right, it's gonna work. Hello, Tom. Good to see you, buddy. Okay. Oh, it's gonna happen. Here we go. Some movement.
Excuse me.
I have something for you. For me.
Throw this down for a catch.
I don't have a quarrel with you, teacher. We've been doing this all night. Nothing. All right.
Fruit here is incredible. Everything that grows here is immaculate. Except for the people. You're such a miserable lot. You worship one god, and yet you're all divided.
Only one language keeps their peace. Learn to speak it.
You are the great Nicodemus.
I serve only God.
Yes. Yes, so do your enemies, rogue preachers in the wilderness. Raving, coming Messiah.
Sam, you're scared. I've lost everything. Burnt every bridge. If I don't catch a ton of fish or get some help somehow, they'll arrest me. I'm trapped.
No more talking, Simon. Maybe God can get your attention now.
Who are you? Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. I saw him. It was incredible. You have experienced a miracle. You are healed.
What do you want from me?
Follow me. He performs miracles and seeks no credit? Who did this?
I don't know his name. His time for men to know has not yet come.
We've waited for you for so long, we believe.
You have much bigger things ahead of you, son of Jonah. Anything is possible now. Don't you see? Would you at least know him if you saw him again?
I will know him for the rest of my life.
All right, I think it is back. You see, the situation. All right, so it's a little bit of the computer itself needs to be rebooted at some point. I should have done that before I went live, but uh, I was like, let's see what it is. It's just, you know, if every so often it needs like a reboot, so that's why it's being a little bit stuck. The internet's fine. It's not the internet. It's the computer itself. It's been running for like weeks. It needs a little bit of a reboot at some point. So it might be a little bit choppy. It's okay. It's going. Right, I'm closing some windows that might be open that maybe it'll cause it to run better. So it's going to take a moment to get this done. But yeah, so that was the Jesus, the Chosen trailer. I've seen it before. It's a good show, a good series. Okay, let's go close this out. Okay, and here it is. It's again scared. Ooh. Okay. Okay, let's just close everything down. Does it? Okay. All right, everybody, I'm back. So it wasn't an update, but it was the browser needed updated itself. There's a couple different things. It's been on for a long time. Skirt. Okay, and so y'all can see me again now. I'm going to go back to the chat. I know I was just like in the chat a moment ago, but technically, but we're going to go to. I'm going to replay this thing right here for y'all to see it because I feel it was tripping out when I was trying to show y'all. So we're gonna go back to this. Okay. Alright, here we go. It's only 7 where y'all are, yeah. Alrighty. We're back in business. Alright, let's watch this again, because it didn't go right the first time. Let's watch the Chosen trailer. Let's go here, down this way.
Excuse me.
I have something for you. For me.
Throw this down for a catch.
I don't have a quarrel with you, teacher. We've been doing this all night. Nothing. All right.
This shows the true power of, the Bible, displayed in a very good film about how the stories from the New Testament and the story of Christ and a newer variation of it. So, as I said, this is very well made.
Fruit here is incredible. Everything that grows here is immaculate. Except for the people. You're such a miserable lot. You worship one God, and yet you're all divided.
Only one language keeps their peace. None to speak it.
You are the great Nicodemus.
I serve only God.
Yes. Yes, so do your enemies, rogue preachers in the wilderness, raving about a coming Messiah.
Simon, you're scared. I've lost everything. Burnt every bridge. If I don't catch a ton of fish or get some help somehow, they'll arrest me. I'm trapped.
No more talking, Simon. Maybe God can get your attention now.
Why?
Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name.
I saw him. It was incredible.
You have experienced a miracle. You are healed.
What do you want from me?
Follow me. He performs miracles and seeks no credit? Who did this?
I don't know his name. His time for men to know has not yet come.
We've waited for you for so long, we believe.
You have much bigger things ahead of you, Simon, son of Jonah.
Anything is possible now. Don't you see?
Would you at least know him if you saw him again?
I will know him for the rest of my life.
Alright, so that was The Chosen, the trailer to it, and we were showing Jesus in the chat what this is about, and I was playing it before, but I had a messed up, my computer needed to be rebooted, because it was, I was being too harsh to it, so I gave it a little bit of a restart, so here we are back on the stream. Amen. Indeed. Let's go here. Yeah, and Roxy says, I got a tinfoil hat, LO. Yeah. And yes, I'll do the membership thing with the emojis that y'all requested. It'll be done. The bubbles and the tinfoil hat, etc. Oh. Oh, hello, Passion. There you are. We're wondering where you were. So, finally. And always yelling at guys in The Chosen, like, just do what he says, dummies. Right. And yeah, they oh, they call him a hippie. Okay. Yeah. If they have a different view of Jesus, but in my opinion, eventually, when he returns, they will see him that it is him, right? Oh. All right. I think I'm back. It looks like it's back on. All right, let's see what the studio is saying. All right, yes, thank you. Okay, it looks like I'm back on. I'm back on. I have resurrected. Okay. Yeah, so you know what? I'll put this here in some sort of an emergency. This is another channel I have if something ever goes wrong. Just if y'all wanted to, there you go. Alright, so it looks like that I am back on here. Let's see. Alright, it's public. Alright. Because you know, yeah, Shaza said, "Uh-oh," and I'm like, wait a minute, maybe something went bad, something went wrong. I wonder how long it was out. Anyway, and yeah, I do that because yeah, I just want to show you all that trailer. All right. Anyway, everyone under their desks. How many minutes was this? Okay, so we're back. You're plowing through December. 2.5 minutes. Yeah, okay, so they wanted... There is our friend Jesus in the chat, and they wanted to show him the trailer, and there is a suspended stream for content violation. But then here I am. And regardless of the risks, I wanted people to wanted our friends to see the show, and I live each day as if it was the last day. So that is the no offense was intended by that. Right, it's a promotion of the show. That's true. Alright, let's see if they sent me any emails. Let's go here. Did they send me a Temu email? Alright, hi Alien Spaceship. Due to copyright match, your stream was interrupted. Streams are interrupted when the copyright content is detected. After a copyrighted material is no longer being streamed, the streams are automatically re-enabled. Alright, so it's not a big deal. It was, so it was just a temporary thing. Oh, it's okay, Moki. I was glad to show it for chat and something that y'all want to see. But thank you. It's okay, Moki. No big deal. It seems I've been very popular in recent times, either with YouTube or other things about my behavior. So, scared. So, especially the Scientology. So, Passion says, have you had any Scientologists going through your rubbish this morning? Well, it seems that for a minute there, I thought they were going through it, but as far as I know, there could have been ones going through it this morning. According to the Spaceship Monitor, there was one of them detected this morning. But I thought a minute they were about to go and jump me. Yeah, scared. I thought they were about to jump me for a second. There's one detected this morning, and I almost thought they were getting to me, but it's been temporary. So we are back on. It was worth it for y'all, though. So, as I said, there's YouTube. I love YouTube, but it does things sometimes I don't always agree with, but it's how they are. He's trying to get his video up, but don't want it to. Yeah, Jesus is proud. Yes. Right. So I'm going to tell you all some more about the Chosen series through verbal reading of it. Oh, they still can't find the CEO wife from Scientology. Okay. Oh, Regina, good evening to you. Welcome. Regina, they took me down for a moment, but I'm back. The censorship or the copyright scared notice. Okay, so all right, so okay, so I said so one too many quite a bit. Okay, here we go. The founder's wife. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that guy wrote a book, and they made it into a whole movement. Scared? Right. A multi-season historical drama series about the life and mystery of Jesus Christ, primarily set in the 1st century Judea and Galilee. The show's unique premise is telling the story through the eyes of people who interacted with him, such as his disciples and followers, religious leaders, and Roman officials, rather than solely focusing on Jesus' divinity. Yeah, scared. Nobody panic. Everyone under your desks. Oh, okay, Anna. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. I locked the door. I have to unlock it. Let's see. Yeah, archives of Court TV are cool. Right. So I'm going to read this, and then we'll get to the Core TV archive. All right. Relatable portrayal. Now, the first Jesus movie I saw was Jesus Christ Superstar. It was on tape. It's a 70s musical for that time. All right. This might go... It's unlocked. It's unlocked. All right. It's unlocked. All right. And shout out to Mary Toodles. All right. Relatable portrayal. The series aims to present Jesus and his followers as down-to-earth, relatable people with complex relationships, personal struggles, and human emotions, making biblical figures more accessible to modern audiences. Creative liberties while based on Gospels. The show takes creative and historical liberties, adding backstories and dialogue not found explicitly in the Bible, build character depth and world context. It's intended as a work of art to promote deeper engagement with Scripture, not as a replacement for crowdfunding success. The Chosen is a first ever multi-season show about Jesus and the most successful crowd-funded TV series in history. I still haven't read the Bible. It's formatted like a poetry book and stage play. I've tried a few times. Okay. Thank you for your feedback about it. And yeah, now there's all kinds of different ways people can learn about it or see a movie about it. There's different, for those that were interested, there's different ways of, as time has gone, there's ways of consuming the content in various methods. But yeah, it certainly is like to me it's like also like a history book, and Psalms to me is like a poetry as well. And there's so many different things to look in it. There's different eras and historical accounts to view. There's one Bible, and Passion says, I had most success learning about it in timelines. Oh, okay. Okay, nice. My friend gave me the Catholic Bible, which is there's King James Bible, there's a Catholic Bible, there's this Bible and that Bible, and other thing. So I have a bunch of different Christian denomination Bibles. And oh, that's very nice of you, Jesus. It's Mermaid. And yeah, so in the Catholic Bible, it shows little paragraphs, it puts it in different paragraphs with a title to kind of help it understand it a little bit better. And say the other older Bibles and other versions of that Bible, it's just more like a page, a Wikipedia page. So there's all kinds of different variations of how they put it together. And oh, it's very nice, Jesus, to say. Mermaid is very sweet. So, in these different circumstances with the Bible, I like how you have the Old Testament and New Testament together infused, because it all ties in with the New Testament. The Ethiopian Orthodox Bible is very cool because that has all the books in it, because a lot of times in the Bible they took out different books, but that group just kept the whole thing together without breaking it up. Like the Book of Enoch is important, but they took that part out of it. There is the other books in the Bible where in stages, in different sections, how the Apricithia, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but there's a whole bunch of books that they took out of the King James Bible. Some of them are in the Catholic Bible. So yeah, there's some other books I think that all are add together with the Bible itself. Yeah. For instance, Book of Enoch kind of talks about the different aliens of, or they're angels, they're called, and the giants in a time of Noah before the age of the past, the time of Noah. So when they had the giants and the different strange creatures around the earth before the flood, it was more like Lords, Lord of the Rings type of world back then. And then the flood happened, and there's different people have tried to argue different evidence for the flood itself. And there's a theory also that the dinosaurs could have also been wiped out by the Great Flood, that they were part of the strange creatures that were on the earth. That's another thing about the Bible, that although this may not be scientifically accurate or biblically accurate, there is this part where people think that they called the Great Flood was to wipe out the dinosaurs too, because they're part of the strange creatures that weren't supposed to exist, because they were talking about creatures that were abominations, and they may have been abominations, or whatever it was. They certainly were not meant to be with us for too long. Yeah, super fascinating. Yes, I like the Bible series. That's a very good one. I recommend. I also read it before. That's where your love for aliens came from. Yes, because in the Genesis and Numbers, it talks about, more specifically Numbers, it talks about the fallen angels calling with earth women and creating the hybrids, called the Nephilim. And for instance, King Arthur fought the giants, allegedly, through legends. The other part of the Grendel from Beowulf is allegedly a Nephilim. So the reason why there is these Nephilim still around is because they went into the mountains and survived. And I do believe dragons existed, and possibly, in my opinion, it was some ancient creature from long ago that, from them. And then they either got wiped out, or some of them survived in various locations. But of course, that's not scientifically, based on anything. But there's allegedly some pictures of them and evidence of them still around. But as I said, this is from a religious interpretation of them. Dragons with like 10 heads. Yes. And also there's metaphorical things in the Bible regarding the dragons and things of that nature. Yes. And I'm glad that you read that. It is very wild stuff. And by the way, thank you for the recordings of the video you sent me about it. That's very good knowledge. I can't get myself to read Book of Enoch. Oh, I'm too scared. Yeah. It's trippy. It's very trippy. It talks also about heaven and the different places in heaven in more detail. It's very awing. Yeah. Accessibility. The show is on Angel Studios website and Amazon Prime as well. Pay forward model and donate fund future seasons for others. And critical. Been watched by hundreds of millions worldwide, including many non-religious viewers, and has received positive response for general audiences and Christians, winning several awards. Season 1 focuses on Jesus' beginning to build his group of disciples, including Mary Magdalene and fishermen brothers Simon and Andrew, and the tax collector Matthew and others. It accumulates Jesus launching his public ministry in Samaria. Season 2, Jesus' ministry expands into nearby regions where he continues to gather more disciples, Philip, Nathaniel, Simon, Z, and performs miracles while preparing for a major sermon. This just give you all like a summary of like what the different seasons are about. Season 3 follows the Sermon on the Mount. Jesus' popularity grows, leading to tensions with the religious and political groups. and also about fish. And yeah, people had tax issues since society began. That's true. Right. All right, Milky says it's about angels mating with humans, creating giants and more, and it was reason for the flood. Correct, correct. And a lot of these strange mythological creatures, like those phoenixes and the other type of creatures, like with a lion's body and like a sphinx type creature with the head of an eagle and a body of a lion with a griffin. Those things were probably created by angel hybrids with creatures on the earth. So they made it with the sea creatures, with the creatures on the land. So that's why there's animal hybrid things that were created, and also in the sea. Just like how there's UFOs underwater, these things were in the sea. So yeah, all humanity, all the earth was corrupted by them. Yeah, dumb Matthew. Right. All right, following sermon, Mount Jesus' popularity grows. Oh yeah, I read that. Okay. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, scared. And this is where God created these very strict laws and rules, and he existed coexisting with them. Now, in the ancient Israelite people, contrary to what people think, they did believe in the spirit, and they believed in a Trinitarian type of view of things, but they separated from it over time. But yeah, there was like a vessels of God that would mediate with the people of the Israelites, right? So that's what the vessel that they're communicating with became Jesus later. So that is what occurred with them. And God had these strict rules and laws for them to follow through Moses, and I do believe there are some human misinterpretations that they followed as well. Then Jesus came with what God really wanted people to follow, in a new way of dealing with things, and he paid the price for humanity to then become redeemed from sin. Right. Yes, it's a very graphic, to say the least. All right, season 4 covers the final years of Jesus' ministry as opposed to converges on him. It deals with the death of John the Baptist and raising of Lazarus and the group's journey toward Jerusalem. Season 5 current depicts the first part of the Holy Week, starting with Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem, cleansing of the temple, and the Last Supper and his eventual arrest in the Garden of Gethsemane. Like, what's the obsession with circumcision and animal sacrifice? Okay, so the animal sacrifice is the penalty for sin is death. That is the animal sacrifice. And there originally happened where in the Garden of Eden, God did a sacrifice to cover Adam and Eve's sins. So there is this situation where the fallen angels, when they came down here, and all right, and Jesus said, "Are you married, mermaid?" Yeah, she is. She's in a relationship with somebody. Jesus, she is not single. She's not available. Now, in these scenarios with the animal sacrifices, it was a way to do a sacrifice for people to be atoned of their sins. So the high priest would go into the Holy of Holies, and he would do his sacrifice, and the blood of the lamb, the dove, the different critters were used as an atonement for the sins for 1 year. And they would present it before the veil of the temple, and there's an Ark of the Covenant where... Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, Jesus. Yeah. And the Ark of the Covenant was there, and that's where God's presence was with the Israelites. So that was the reason for animal sacrifice. And it was mirroring Jesus' sacrifice, that when he came in human form, he would die on the cross, rise again, according to Christian theology. And he would be the ultimate sacrifice, because the reason why the animals were sacrificed, it was a way to foreshadow what he was going to do later. And then he died and resurrected, and he was the ultimate sacrifice where the veil of the temple tore in two, and the sky got dark, and people came from the dead. So it was to the animal sacrifices, to sum it up, was for the sins of the Israelites for 1 year. And then when that happens, after the Israelites would be given Jesus as the main sacrifice for all humanity, according to Christianity. The other part of it is that there's a pole that Moses had with a bronze serpent on it, and they were supposed to cast rocks at it. So Jesus is the bronze serpent that's on the pole. That was another thing that was mirroring what Jesus was going to do later, according to Christianity. So that is the view of it from that perspective. Now, the circumcision, I don't know everything about the circumcision or like why that was a thing. And it seemed to be to distinguish themselves from the other tribes. Allegedly, it was good for their hygiene, but as we said, you just need to have good hygiene. It doesn't really matter. And it was distinguished them from other peoples. Like, for instance, the kosher meat, or like in Islam, follows the Old Testament more. It practices, I see what you're saying, Passion, I'll get to you in a moment. Halal meat, the halal food, where they abide by this, they don't eat pork and pigs, and Jesus went by this law too at his time. They didn't have a way to preserve these type of meats, and it would have been consuming in the Middle East to have pigs and a pig farm and stuff. It just was inconvenient. So they had a different type of food pattern than the Europeans did. And it was a pig and a shellfish were unclean food, where a deer or something like that, or an ox, would be much more of a cleaner meat. So also God wanted people to eat like more of a cleaner animals than something that was like a scavenger. So those are the two reasons why that was there. It was the people at that time had like a dilemma, and God wanted them to follow some certain rules. People don't, and according to Christianity's view, not all Christians follow this, is that people could eat what they want to eat, especially the technology we have now. But it doesn't mean those laws in the Old Testament are invalid, though, because he didn't come to abolish but to fulfill it. So people could follow what they want to, but that was just what God instructed the Israelites to follow at that time. And the circumcision, yeah, I'm not completely sure. It seemed like he wanted to distinguish them from other groups. Oh, that's good, Roxy. That's good. And I learned about it, too, when I was growing up from... I'm not Jewish, but there was like a Jewish summer camp I went to growing up, and I learned a lot about it from there. They have a disagreement about Jesus, though, but that's okay. I still believe that, as Moki was saying, crazy to me, the Israelites seem a little bit bitchy. God parted the Red Sea, and why do you need more proof to follow the whiners? Yeah, the Israelites throughout all history were had an attitude sometimes toward God, and God called them a stiff-necked people. But his blessing and his on them and his calling for them was irrevocable. He chose a people that may have been, as the Old Testament describes, as difficult, and they always had doubts about what God did, but overall he brought them to victory. And like with Jesus, in my opinion, being rejected by them was a sign of they're just how they always have been. But ultimately, Jesus will return to them, defeat the Antichrist, and they will be he'll bless them as a great nation. And as I said Israel does exist now. And as, according, it's controversial, but according to some, that as it was prophesied, other people don't think Israel was supposed to be there until Jesus returns. Other people think that it's an error. Some people think it's a fulfillment. So that's another topic where there's a debate about if it should be there or not. But they've always survived the persecutions that happened to them. So I do think that he has some promise to Abraham, and they're part of the plan overall. But yes, they had a history of doubting God and getting a whiny about things. Yes, but I learned about it from when I was little, from the summer camp, and I'm part German, and it was, of course, not nice what happened to them in World War II, and I knew about that part of the history as well. And yeah, I learned about their customs, about their holidays and stuff. It was very interesting, and they're very, very smart and very good with different things. So yeah, and we came from them, and Jesus was of them. So, but of course they part the Red Sea, and then they get angry, and then they built a golden idol and worshipped it instead of God. And God got upset about this, and Moses got upset about this, and he broke the Ten Commandments. So yeah, they have a complicated relationship. Yeah, and also Ishmael, which is the Arabs, as we know as the Muslims today, would be a stiff neck, would be a wild asses, and they would be against everybody, and everybody would be against them. And that group would be blessed by God in the land, but they would be wild people. So, and then God said the Gentiles are certainly. Oh, the Gentiles would be heathens. So he roasted everybody in the Old Testament. All right, Moki said, I am talking about any specific current people. Okay. I'm talking about reacting to the Old Testament, saying with New Testament apostles, like, why doubt so much when you've seen so much? Okay, and I want to say that I was talking about something different, and Moki and I were talking about two different things, okay? And when this... oh, by the way, I got to respond to what Passion said. They know I was Catholic, but it was all love. Oh, yes. They're very kind people, indeed. The Jews are very kind. And let's see, and Moki was referring to people from the past Israelites, not the current group, the past ones, from a certain story from the past, just to make clear. As I went on a Timu tangent for a moment. All right. Passion said, I like different ways each belief system explains things. The Greeks take on humanity and its flaws as wild. Passion, I like that too. I studied over the past few years of different ancient religions, and I remember talking about Evening Snowflakes, good to see you. There is these different things the Israelites talked about where, not Israelites, the Greeks, from Stoic philosophy. I like the Stoic philosophers. And they have very good information about that. Yes, and Moki is talking about the Bible stories, no one that's alive today. And I'm going to go more into that and not people that are here in this time period. So, basically, in the Old Testament stories of the ancient Israelites... Oh, thank you, Passion. Is that the Israelites doubted God, the ancient Israelites doubted God when he parted the Red Sea, after they saw so many things. And a lot of times people can fall into this, where they fall into doubt, the Israelites, they fell into doubt, after they saw so much. And it's like, you want to think about it, like, was it being spoiled? Was it... did something happen that questioned their faith? It's kind of like another way to say about this is where Peter walked on water and he doubted for a second and he fell into the water. So if people have a moment of doubt, it could reverse everything, and that's why the parable of that story about the ancient Israelites, no one alive today, is that he wanted people, in spite of doubts that they will have, to have faith in him even when it looked difficult. That, and to have thankfulness and gratitude. For instance, there is Jonah and the fish, and when people were in the sea, they were scared. And when they were going over the water, after they got on land, they forgot God. So a common theme with this, Moki, is that there will be instances in the Bible itself where people will forget about God when they go on land after they were saved from water, when they're back in safety. But the key, what the Israelites did wrong in that scenario, was to forget about God after they got victory, when they should have consistent thankfulness to God. And there are civilizations in the past where they didn't appreciate God, and they built these great structures and these great things, and then their society collapsed. Oh, you're not an expert in the Bible? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I appreciate you telling us hello. So yeah, I do agree with you, Moki. It's like, it kind of like a plot twist. It's like right when they do all these things for them, they forget and get angry. Yeah, I agree. I knew a few girls whose boys was cheating on them and were shown before cheating, and she was in denial. Oh, Roxy, exactly, because they were shown pictures and videos of the boyfriend cheating, and they were still in denial. Yeah. Stopping. Okay, and it's super frustrating. Yeah. So people will go into denial and cause a problem with that. That's absolutely something that they will do because it's a defense mechanism that they don't want to accept the truth. And a lot of times people can be confronted of a crime and they'll say they didn't do it. So yeah, absolutely. Okay, and I want to talk about, we need new topic. Oh. Alright, aliens. Okay. Let's talk about some of the aliens. Alright, let's go. Let's see. Okay, let's go here. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate you all here. It's very good. And even the people that don't believe in the Bible, I think that there's some good moral stories in it to follow. Yeah, like a lot of people on the Catch a Predator shows are like that. They say they didn't do it, but they did. And Snowflake says, "Okay, that's fine. It doesn't matter to me. Not trying to interfere with the conversation." Oh, okay. Thank you, Snowflake. Like jurors, some need to see a body and won't take any other evidence. Right. Right. So that is the moral of that story. With that, I remember there was an incident that occurred where there is a woman that was looking for a coin and she lost it and she was upset, but when she found the coin she was very happy and overjoyed and told everyone that she found the coin, and that was a parable about the humans being found. So yeah, I just think that having value for something very precious and important is what the Bible is trying to explain about how people are valued in the eyes of God, and in general, of how people should also value each other, leaving the 99 to find the one. A story that I like was about the book of Daniel, where he was in the den of hungry lions, and he was able to successfully not get eaten because he kept calm and trusted in God. There's a parable with that in itself, because if somebody's in a dangerous creature's around, staying calm is the best thing to do. And you don't have to believe in God if they don't want to. It could be themselves, it could be the universe, whatever people want to believe. But having the faith you'll be okay is better than being too upset and panicking, because if Daniel would have panicked, he would have certainly been mauled. So staying calm and trusting in God was an important thing to do. Right, in jurors today. Alright, archangels are part of the problem. Jesus says, sit around while I'm laughing, everyone and everything. Got any happy with them either. Well, I think that the type of I call those trolls. We usually call those trolls. And with those trolls, we call them demons, is another word we call them here. Is that they're in their basement, Jesus, and they don't care about the ones that mock. Right. Those demons, those archangels, whatever, we call them basement dwellers and trolls. They sit around and mock others online, and the gossipers and those wicked people that do those things. I think it is extremely sick that they do, and God is certainly not happy with them either. All right, and yes, understood, Jesus. All right, and Snowflake says, no reason to worry about Walsh case. They will find him guilty, minimum second degree. Yes, Snowflake, I agree with you regarding the Walsh case. Snowflake, we were coming up with predictions about it, and people were saying that it's important to, not important, but people were thinking that the verdict would come in quickly. That would be within an hour or so. They do have a lot of stuff in order, right? They have a lot of stuff to look at and review, I think. So I'm very positive it's going to be a guilty verdict, maybe second degree. I agree with you, Snowflake. But it would be very unlikely that he's found innocent. But then again, I always say they're very tedious sometimes with the juries. They could be very unpredictable. Yeah, we've seen some real verdicts. Oh, okay. Let's see. Passions. Passion. Very well said. I agree. Thank you, Delight, for the upvote. Delight, it's been a while since I've seen you. I hope everything's been going well with you. How's everything? So, we've been talking about a couple different topics tonight, and talk about some of the Bible we talked about. Now we're kind of going back over the trial that happened today and some alien stuff. We're just kind of shuffling around. So I appreciate you very much. I think they need to work on the juror instructions for clarity. It's easy to drift off while they're rambling about procedure. Yeah, Passion, they can come up with a better way of handling those circumstances. You know, because you don't want to bore the jury, it's going to backfire. So it has to have a better way of doing that, right? Snowflake says, okay, it's true. They know he was involved. They are not blind. I hope not, at least. I just hate when the defense tries to confuse the jury. It's obvious. Oh, Delight says it's turning in the summer. It's already been very hot. Oh, okay. It's going to get even hotter where you are. Yeah. So, thank you for the update. And down in Australia, it's a different type of weather than up where we are up here. All right. Butcher paper was a concern today. Well, it's obvious. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, Passion says, like I barely noticed when she was talking about the consciousness of guilt and how to handle the circumstantial evidence. They should apply psychological studies on attention to it. Okay, thank you for your take on that. And you know what? You're right. Because we don't want people being in confusion. And that's, although I was thinking she did all right, I could see also what you're saying too. I'm so confident that the dude's guilty, no matter how the defense, the Commonwealth does it, it's still going to be guilty. But I don't want to be overconfident with that, because it's like the rabbit and the turtle racing. And the turtle goes and the rabbit lays down somewhere when the turtle wins the race because the rabbit didn't do anything. So, yeah, like, you're absolutely right, Passion, though. She could have done differently. Nice. Hope no kangaroos eat your garden. Yeah. Shout out to the kangaroos. They could be fierce. Indeed. We usually remember the very first thing and the last thing is why do instructions start with telling them what's already happened and what's about to happen. I gotta read that again. That was pretty cool. We usually remember the very first thing and the last thing, so why do instructions start with telling them what's already happened, the end, what's about to happen? Okay. Yes. Very true. Yeah, Snowflake, we gotta go there. Hello, Bubbles. What's up? There he is. Well, shout out to you, Bubbles. You get your moment of fame right now. Okay, no ruse here. We have sharks, snakes, spiders, and saltwater crocs. Okay. My sister used to live in the east part, but she went back to London. She lived there for most of her life, and she went back to London. I was on vacation in Mexico, and me and 1% from Australia. He was really fun, but a little scary. Scared? Cool. Oh, never mind. Can't do snakes. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, but now the thing about the defense, yes, they're going to do things that are confusing and Timu tricks in the book. That's what it seemed like more of. Like, Passion and I were talking about it last night, is that the defense did a lot of tricks in his book, to try to sway the jury a certain way. And by doing that, and when the jury does stuff like that, it really don't want them being confused. And by doing confusion, that can cause them to have their victory or defeat. But I certainly think it's still be guilty. But yeah, the defense is doing their tricks to try to confuse the jury. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, shrimp on the Barbie. Correct. Very delicious. All right. Snakes don't hunt people. I'm going to pronounce this maybe not the best way, but okay. Goannas do that mistake you for a tree. And they climb with disease-infected sharp talons. A little sharp. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Exactly. Scared. I heard that koala bears are very, very vicious, but cute. I've been compared to a koala bear before. And so that's another one to look out for, which you think that it would be cute, but it's not as nice. Though I live in Nevada in the U.S. and we had spider snakes, scorpions, and a lot of scary critters. Yeah, scared. Snowflake says, I had a huge grass snake chase me while I was pregnant. So hard, no. Oh, scared. Yikes, that does sound like a Timuic situation to be in. Yeah, yikes. Alright. Koalas attack tourists who linger under trees for shade. They're bread of war. Oh. Oh. Lord. Alright. It was taller than me. That was a hard no. Yikes. Snowflake. Yikes. Light said, ha, Moki, so you know that desert is like, right? Hello, Pussycat. Good evening. All right, Pussycat. Here's some hearts. Oh, what's going on? Let us know. Yeah, what happened? Let us know, Pussycat. We're all ears. Yeah, Pussycat, we're all ears. If you'd like to let us know, we're here for you. If you want to talk. Oh, they hate lavender. There's a couple of different critters that don't like lavender. Actually, thank you for the tip. It's very valuable for the region it's in. Keep talking about what's happening. Okay. Okay. We may need to be some enlightened about it. Okay, let's go here. Oh, let's see this. What on earth is this thing right here? Let's go. It's a Komodo dragon. Whoa. That thing's crazy looking. It's a deep secret. Yeah, you're welcome, Pussycat. Am I still getting trashed in chat? Oh, where exactly, Monkey? Okay, and Passion said sends an encrypted hug to Pussycat. Oh, that's nice. Well, what we're up to right now, Pussycat, is we're talking about a variety of different things, about the trial, about some wildlife, and some alien stuff. Okay, this is the thing right here. Oh, an LC. Okay, so it seems... Okay, so the situation in LC of a couple of... to answer your question, is things have seemed like they have calmed down. Things have calmed down, but there's times where it like kind of comes back up a little bit. But as I said, so today, no one said anything that I'm aware of the talking down to anybody. I'd say that was more like a couple of days ago. There's it happened, but a lot of it towards me specifically. And the other day there was some stuff directed at me toward specifically, but you though nothing that I saw today. It seems like it's calmed down some. I didn't see anything specific on this day. But yeah, it's still heated, but not as hot as it was in the beginning. Smoky. Right. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's interesting over there, I have to say. Right. Today was all right, especially like when I got in there. No one said anything to me specifically, but yeah, a lot of it directed towards me, but right. That was kind of Passion says, to be fair, very skilled at skimming over negative comments and finding constructive stuff. It's fair, I am skilled at skimming over negative comments and finding constructive stuff. Oh, thank you, Moki. Thank you. Thank you, Passion. It's okay, so Snowflake, there is a situation where there was there was a user here, and over a period of time, we were telling the person to tone down with the flirty talk, and there was an incident on a Friday where the person was directly confronted about it, and then they proceeded to play victim and not cooperate. And in my opinion, which is not a popular opinion, I said, all right, if we remove this situation from the channel, the problem is not here anymore. So, and there was people that were watching the stream, other people that were complaining about how the chat was going, and I personally wanted it to go like it is now and be like how it always has been. So I felt that was for the best, and there was a backlash at the LC chat, and there's been these revolts, these protests against the alien and Moki, and it seems like there's moments where it like flares up a little bit, then it goes down, and then it like, especially when I'm there, no one says anything really. But it seems like it's calming down, but I feel still heated, but it's like it happens and it goes down. It goes like kind of like a piston. But yeah, so that is the story, and I'm the captain of the spaceship, and I made my decision, and it is what it is, and I'm going to run the channel the way I want it to run, and that is it. And the person in question is still playing victim, and I'm garbage and whatever else other people like to say, and it's like I feel I did the right thing in my opinion. But yeah, so that is what happened. Yes, in my opinion, I know what you're talking about. All right. Oh, nobody can deny that we talk about food less since it happened. I may lose weight. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we have to go and make sure you don't get completely emaciated. My city has all the food that is in the world, so yeah, I'll keep that in mind for another stream. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Pussycat, for the thoughts on the matter. Thank you. Yeah. So I just yeah. So I do see it going. It kind of goes up and down like a piston, as I said, and hopefully at some point it can completely pass over, so to speak. Right. Moki says it's been bummer and was made bigger deal than it needed to be. Okay, understood, Moki. And now we're going to trash Hans. Oh, thank you, Moki. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Pussycat. Very sweet. Okay, Passion, we'll do that. I'll be glad to do that. All right. All right, and here is no drama. Interesting. Here we go. All right, and can come to a peaceful place at some point. Yes. Yes. All right. So while we clear this up, I'm going to read about some UFO stuff, some alien stuff. All right. These pronunciations are probably incorrect. All right. The Meng Zahagoyu incident, 1994. This is perhaps China's most famous close encounter case. A forest worker, Men Zaihagyu, and relative reportedly saw bright shining objects in Phoenix Mountain and Heilongjiang province. Using prepared encrypted minus sends encrypted hugs to drama. Yes. Yes. Hey, and relative reportedly saw a bright shining object mountain. Yeah, no drama. I've no problem with you. Nothing to do with you. All right, close encounter case. A forest worker, Meng. All right, understood. No drama. All right, welcome. His fate. In subsequent nights, he reported being abducted from his home, taken to the spacecraft, and having brief sexual encounters with tall, six-fingered female alien in the... Okay, that's really crazy. And reportedly showed him images of Jupiter, their home world, just a month before the comet Shoemaker Levi 9 actually crashed into the planet. A detail cited by believers as evidence. Investigations by UFO enthusiasts. Clubs produced mixed conclusions. With finding physical evidence like scorch marks and malfunctioning Geiger counter at the scene, while others dismayed the story as untrue. The Hangzhou Xiaoshan International Airport incident on July 7, 2010. Air traffic controllers and a flight crew preparing to land spotted an unusual disc-shaped object, forcing the airport to shut down and diverting 18 flights. The incident caused a sensation in Chinese media, led to a formal investigation. While no definitive answer was found, the official conclusion suggested it might have been military aircraft, but lack of official statement fueled public speculation. This incident was one of the several high-profile sightings in China that year. Yeah, hugs to no drama. Yes. "1998 military encounter. An airbase commander near Changzhou reported unidentified blip of 4 separate radar stations hovering over military flight training." Okay, Delight. Have a good lunch. Thank you. Commander near Changzhou reported unidentified blip on 4 separate radar stations hovering over military flight. Training academy. A jet fighter was scrambled to intercept the object, which also witnessed by 140 people on the ground. I have not seen that trial, but I will look into it. Pussycat, thank you. Alright, and let's see, accused of like tug of war people saying I didn't have their backs, don't even know anybody's talking about people, won't even. No, and anything with them, and I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with. It's, yeah. It's hurtful. Didn't, as people are telling me, I didn't have their backs. It's hard to do that, but yeah. You know, my opinion, I think sometimes, yeah, I just don't like it when there's gaslighting and stuff. I don't think you did anything wrong to anybody, no drama, in my opinion. You're not even really involved in this. I would say you're not involved in this, as far as I know. And in this awkward situation, wasn't leading you on and didn't name, but everyone knew. Yeah, she didn't say like. Yeah, her comments were about no one specific. No. Oh, thank you, Pussycat, for the link. Ah, that is nice. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Pussycat. Yes, exactly, Snowflake. Right. Now, in ancient Chinese records, the pearl in the sky in the Jing dynasty, the Book of Jin describes a absolutely passion. Yes. Described a glowing object like a pearl that hovered over a city for several nights, emitting beams of light visible to many witnesses. Sky carriage. Tang Dynasty, a 7th century miscellany. Yu Yang Zazu recounts a sky carriage that descended from the clouds, being luminous robes before vanishing. All right, flying platform. The history of the song describes a silent platform of light floating above the Kaifeng in 11th century before ascending into the clouds. All right. All right, historic account. Oh, hilarious pussycat. All right, historic UFO UAP accounts in China. Pearl in the sky, a sky carriage, flying platform. Okay, we read about that, and let's see more about ancient Chinese accounts. Oh, okay, Snowcat. I mean, Snowflake. I got with a pussycat there. Got mixed up for a second. Okay, that's great. That's great because we do talk about aliens here. Yes, yes, absolutely. Ancient Chinese official dynastic histories and miscellanies contain extensive and meticulous records of celestial phenomena, many of which are now interpreted as potential UFO sightings. These events were often by court astronomers who viewed unusual sky phenomena as portions of omens reflecting upon emperor's rule. The Flying Pearl, Dreampool essays. Yeah. All right. The account comes from the Dreampool essays written by Shin Koyo, respected song dynasty scholar and polymath. It provides a vivid, detailed, and reoccurring description of an object witnessed in modern surrounding manner of reoccurring sightings. Description: the text describes massive pier-shaped object that appeared frequently over the city of Kaifeng. You'll make sure though. In Jiangsu and Anhui provinces over several years, it shone with binding light like a half moon that was visible from up to 10 miles away, and cast strong shadows on trees, and objects reportedly had doors that could open and was silent. You need to be Judge Hans in Alien Court. Oh, okay, thank you. Thanks. And she says it's not really as deep as has been made out to be. Understood, Moki. Thank you for explaining. Significance: this is one of the most specific ancient accounts noted by credible historical figures that sounds remarkably similar to modern descriptions of a highly luminous silent aerial object. Pearl in the sky. This 3rd to 4th century CE. Description: bright glowing object described as simply a large pearl hovered over the city of Yang Zhou several nights. It emitted beams of light and was witnessed by numerous people. Significance. The official historical context gives this report weight in indicating it was considered an important enough event to be included in formal annals of the dynasty. Understood. Okay, Moki, understood. I'm going to smoke. Don't let Drama think I bailed on her. Okay. Right on. Thank you, ladies, for having a good conversation and having a talking about this crisis that's going on. Thank you. The Sky Carriage. Alright. It comes from Tang Dynasty, missingly the Yo Yang Zazu, which is an anthology of stories, legends, and miscellaneous information. Description. The text recounts the Sky Carriage that descended from the clouds, beings dressed in luminous, possible metallic robes reportedly emerged from the craft. After brief appearance, it vanished. I don't resent anyone here, past or present. I think we're all good path towards healing and rift one day. Amen. A day will come. And there you, hello, Bone. Hello, I have a bone to pick with you. Oh, you're leaving. How convenient. Hilarious. Significance. This account is notable for suggesting occupants within the aerial object, adding in elements of interaction with beings, which is often a feature of modern UFO abduction stories. To look to everyone's defense, wasn't going to say stuff, but I mean, Sauce's range got kicked out pretty quick. Either way, he never flirted with me, just woman his age, and Owi's defense, he did over flirt, and Moki's defense. Okay, understood, Mermaid. Thank you for your take. Alright, and let's see some more accounts. Europe has a rich history of UFO sightings, ranging from ancient reports to modern, well-documented military encounters. Belgian UFO wave, 1989, 1990. This is one of the most famous widespread mass sightings in history. Over several months, thousands of people, including officers, reported seeing large silent black triangular objects with bright lights hovering low in the sky. The sightings peaked on the night of March 30, 1990, when the Belgian Air Force scrambled two F-16 fighters jets. Pilots reported intermediate radar contact, but never visual confirmation of the objects, which exhibited flight characteristics beyond known conventional aircraft. At the time, the best known photo from the event was later revealed as a hoax made of polyestrine, though many actual sightings remain unexplained. Pussycat said, "Stick the cats and aliens." My advice. Thank you. Passion said, "Nobody flirts with me. Most people are shocked when I reveal my gender benefits of ambiguous profile, I guess." Right. The Rendlesham Forest Incident, 1980, often called Britain's Roswell. This event involved the U.S. Air Force personnel stationed in the RAF Bentwaters, RAF Woodbridge, and the Suffolk, England. Multiple military witnesses, including the Deputy Base Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Charles I Holtz, reported encouraging an unidentified glowing metallic object in the forest. They described a strange symbols on the surface and experienced a physical, psychological effects. The incident involved official investigation by military, but remains largely unexplained. And we found out this is why Miss Contour, Miss Judy, was upset with Sauce, and he always flirted. It was tiring, that's all. Yes, you are correct, Mermaid. Right. I've talked to Judy has stuck up for the decision I made in the chats, and she has chatted with me again, like, you know, about like weather and stuff like that. So yes, we figured out later that was the reason. All right, the Lacken Heath Bentwaters incident, 1956. Also near Bentwaters Air Base in UK, USAF and RAF radar operators tracked up 15 unidentified objects on radar, and RAF pilots sent to intercept visually observed luminous white object that moved behind his jet when he attempted to approach. Yes, yes, that's true. It wasn't us. It was Sauce that she was upset with. The Florence Stadium sighting, 1954. A football game in Florence, Italy was... Okay, Snowflake, good night to you. Thank you for being with us for a little bit. I hope you have a peaceful night. Okay, peace. The Florence Stadium sighting, 1954. A football game in Florence, Italy was interrupted when... You might go back to your cat videos, okay. Football game in Florence, Italy was interrupted when a crowd around 10,000 spectators witnessed a group of cigar-shaped objects moving high speed before stopping and hovering over the stadium. Nothing wrong with clarifying thing. Have a good night, guys. Okay, Mermaid, good night to you then. Thank you for being here. If I had an issue with Sauce, I would have taken care of it myself. I had no issue. It was a friend. It was playful. There was no malice. It was grown adults. If something offends us, we handled it. Yeah, and Yamoki was not attacking you or against you at all. That wasn't the situation. and he was just whatever it was if he was doing, which is the flirting stuff. It was just tell him to tone it down, and he would refuse to listen. It was over a period of time. Like it didn't happen all in one day, like people are thinking it did. It was over a period of time, and he just didn't cooperate. And I felt, in my opinion, it was the decision to make. Mermaid, that's a good way to view things. To view things from both sides is fine. And thank you for your thoughts. And I want the chat to have order and to be how it was originally. So I restored it back to how I wanted it to be, the way it is. And I just thought it was best for, how it is right now. Okay. John says, because of this, I have lost friends, trust people, mad at me. And I feel I'm a tug-of-war rope with loyalty, put me in a horrible situation and hurtful situation for no reason. Yeah, it certainly is a hurtful, messed up, situation. Indeed, it is. It is a very tedious. And I hopefully in time things can blow over, but loss, nothing more than change, and change is nature's delight. And thank you for telling me your thoughts about this, No Drama. I value your thoughts on this. Alright, Bubble, shout to you. I'll get to you soon. Alright. The Florence Stadium sighting, a football... Absolutely. I agree, Passion. Florence Stadium... A football game in Florence, Italy was interrupted when a crowd of around 10,000 spectators witnessed a group of... I read that, okay. We'll get to you soon, buddy, okay? Right. Okay, I'll say one more. A French farmer, Maurice, reported a close encounter with a spherical vehicle and two small large-headed beings in his lavender field, and he claimed to have been paralyzed by the device, and the area which the aircraft landed was permanently damaged. Hilarious Mermaid. Alright. I'll read one more thing and then I'll end the stream and feed Bubbles. Alright.
He's fine. He has food. He has everything he needs.
Alright. And in 1561, celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg, a famous broadsheet documented a mass sighting where residents of Nuremberg, Germany, described an aerial battle involving hundreds of spheres, cylinders, and cross-shaped objects moving erratically in the sky. Skeptics attribute this to a natural atmospheric phenomenon like the sundogs, but described has fueled UFO speculation. Airship Clonic noise, 740 AD. Several ancient Irish annals contain entries describing ships with their crews seen in the air over Ireland. Okay, no drama. It had nothing to do with you. All right. It had nothing to do with you. Okay, Moki. I won't end it until it's settled. Okay, understood. All right, and details. Okay, so I'm gonna play a trial while we settle this. Let's go here.
On Ms. Hicks, if you would stand right there, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If you can, have a seat. I am going to ask when you answer the questions that you speak up, and you can direct your answers to the jury as best you're able. All right? Mr. Caceres, do you want to inquire?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name, spelling your full name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Crystal Hicks, Crystal, it's Hicks.
And Crystal, what city do you live in?
Willard.
And what do you do for a living?
I work at the Birds Bar and Grill,
And how long have you done that?
7 years.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, I have two. Two girls.
Crystal, what is your mother's name?
Jewel Hicks,
And where does Jewel Hicks live at?
Holiday Lakes.
And your father's name?
It's Jackie Hicks.
And when did Jackie Hicks die?
2 years ago in November.
Do you have any brothers?
I have one brother,
Okay. And what is his name?
Paul Hicks.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
He described what he's wearing and what
Your Honor,
he's
will stipulate Paul is in the court.
Green shirt.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The court will note the stipulation.
Does the defendant have a twin?
No.
I'm going to show you some photographs. State's Exhibit 1A, 1B, 1C, 1G, and 1K. What have I placed in front of you?
Do you have your place in front of you?
Yeah, what are they?
This is a picture of Regina. This is a picture of my brother Paul.
So what exhibit is a picture of Regina?
My glasses are over there, I cannot see. I'm sorry. This is Regina. 1A is Regina, 1B is Paul, 1C is Montana, which would have been their son. 1G is Jansen Phipps, which would be Paul's girlfriend at the time. And 1K is me.
You can just wear them. So this is, I'm placing on the screen now, State Exhibit 1A. And you've identified State Exhibit 1A as being whom?
Regina.
And did you know Regina Hicks?
Yes.
And how did you meet Regina Hicks?
My brother was dating her when he was in high school.
And what was Regina Hicks's maiden name?
Rose.
And did she have any siblings?
Yes.
And what are her siblings' names?
Chad and Charles.
Okay, and do you know them?
Yes.
And how do you know them?
Through school with Chuck, and then Chad, not as well as they do Chuck, but through Regina.
Okay. And what type of work did Regina do?
She didn't work much. I know she sold Avon for a while.
State Exhibit 1B that you identified, who is that?
That's my brother, Paul Hicks.
Okay. back in 2001, did the defendant work?
Yes.
And where did he work at?
CSX Railway.
And you know what he did for CSX?
I do believe he was a maintainer,
Well, what's a maintainer?
like an electrician that works on the signals, the arms that come down at the tracks.
Okay. In State Exhibit 1C, you identified as Montana Hicks?
Yes.
And Montana is the son of who?
Paul and Regina.
And State Exhibit 1G, you identify that as who?
Jansen Phipps.
And 1K,
That's me.
okay. Now, do you recall the defendant and Regina living in a house on Route 99?
Yes.
And what happened to that house?
The house caught fire and burned down.
And where did the defendant and Regina live after that?
Dale Street.
In what city?
In Willard.
How long were they on that property in Dale Street?
I'm not really sure about the timeline, but they were there for at least, I would say, maybe a year. I'm guessing at that. That's just, I don't know.
Okay. And where did they move after Dale Street?
To another house on Dale Street.
Okay. And how long were they there?
Not too terribly long. I would say 5, 6 months maybe.
And at some point in time, did they separate?
Yes.
And where did the defendant live after they separated?
My brother?
Yes.
He moved in with me for a while.
And can you describe your house to the jury?
Pretty small house. 2 bedroom, small kitchen, small living room, very tiny bathroom.
And how many bedrooms?
2.
And how many baths?
1.
Was there a porch?
There's a small utility room. There was a slab for a porch out front and like a cement slab for a porch out back.
And what color was your house?
Oh, it was white.
So when the defendant lived with you, where did he sleep?
On the couch.
And would Montana come over your house?
Very rarely,
Would Jansen Phipps visit?
sometimes,
And why would she visit?
because she was seeing my brother.
Do you know Donna Cox?
Yes.
Who's Donna Cox?
She was one of his girlfriends while he was married.
And when was the last time that you saw Regina Hicks?
Probably 3 or 4 days before she disappeared.
And how is it that what do you last remember about seeing her?
She brought me, I think it was Avon over. I'm pretty sure that's why she'd swung by, but she also swung by to see him, my brother.
Okay. Did you observe any interaction between Regina and Montana?
Yeah,
And how did they interact?
she was a great mother.
Do you know Steve Gates?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Steve Gates?
He was good friends with my brother.
And when was he good friends with your brother?
Before Regina's murder.
Was he good friends with your brother after she was murdered?
Yeah.
Did Steve Gates ever come over to your house?
Yeah, he used to come over all the time.
Now, where were you working in October of 2001?
The Willard Moose,
And what were you doing at the Willard Moose?
I bartended.
And that's a social club?
Yes.
Where's that located at in Willard?
State Route 224.
Did you attend the defendant and Regina's wedding?
Yes,
And what was your role?
I was the bartender.
You're the bartender. Did you work on October 18, 2001?
Yes.
And what happened when you came home?
I came home to a mess in my house, and I was headed to the bathroom, and he tried to cut me off. And
Who's he?
my brother. And he said it was a mess, I would be mad. And when I proceeded to go to the bathroom anyhow, his muddy clothes were floating in the bathtub. He had been trying to clean them.
And how much mud was in the bathtub?
A lot.
Have you ever seen that much mud before?
No.
And was there mud anywhere else?
There was traces of mud in my house, yes.
And who was at your house when you came home?
Steve Gates and my brother.
And what were they doing?
Steve was sitting on the couch, and like I said, I think I surprised them both because I got off earlier than normal. So I never had a set time, and just whenever I wasn't busy, I would close it down.
Okay. So after seeing the mud, what happened?
I made him clean it up.
And did he clean it up?
Yes.
Did you have another visitor that night? At your house?
At my house. I think Jansen came over that night at some point in time.
And was there anyone else at your house?
No.
Now, did the defendant did you notice anything about the defendant's face or neck area?
He had scratches on his, I believe it was his neck, or part of his face, somewhere in this area.
And did you ask him about that?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said a tree had fallen on him, scratched him.
Did you become aware that the defendant had apparently placed some boots on your porch?
Yeah, years later, I became aware that supposedly he had placed,
Objection.
that he placed boots on my back porch.
Ma'am,
Yes.
if I sustain an objection, then you have to stop.
Okay, I'm
All
sorry.
right, and then the jury's to disregard the question and the answer, and Mr. Caceres can ask you another question.
Okay.
You became aware of boots.
Yes, I did become aware of it.
Did you talk to the defendant about those boots?
Not at that time,
Have you ever talked to the defendant about those boots?
no. I was afraid to.
Okay. And when's the last time you saw the defendant?
Oh, jeez. Probably before he went to Hawaii. I couldn't tell you how long ago that was. It was quite a while.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hicks, do you have any reason to debate that on October 18, 2001, that your brother and his son, Montana, your nephew, were four-wheeling?
I wasn't there, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay, do you have any, I'm asking you, do you have any reason to dispute that?
No, because I wasn't there.
Okay. And do you have any reason to dispute on that day, he and Steve Gates were apparently building a pond on the Gates property?
There's not a pond there now, so yeah, I would dispute that. There's no pond, so they weren't digging a pond.
And you have personally seen Paul and Regina get into physical confrontations, haven't you?
No, I seen the after results.
Okay. And you'd agree with me, you've seen her strike your brother.
I've never seen her strike my brother. I never saw my brother strike her, but like I said, I seen her bruised and battered.
And again, as you sit here today, you have no reason to dispute the fact that allegedly Steve and your brother were building a pond at Steve's place.
Do I have reason to debate that? Yes, there's no pond there.
You have no reason to dispute that.
No.
Thank you.
On redirect?
Where are the bruises?
Different parts of her body, her face. One time he knocked her glasses off. That's one time she called me screaming and crying for me to come help her. The police were involved in that incident. He broke her glasses. She had bruises under her eye, cut from that. So that I do know for a fact was from him.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything based on that, Mr. Rick?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Ms. Hicks, then, you are excused from the stand. We appreciate your testimony here today. I am going to ask that you not discuss the case with anyone until after the jury comes back with a verdict.
Okay.
Thank you. And your next witness, Mr. Caceres?
Jane Mass.
Ma'am, if you come forward, you stand right there and raise your right hand for me. And do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, take a seat. I'm going to say you appear to be a little soft-spoken when you said that. I'm going to ask you to speak up as best you can. We are taking it down transcription. And when you speak, if you could speak to the jury, that would be great. Mr. Clare, you can inquire.
Yes, Your Honor, this witness does not object to being videoed.
All right, very
I
good.
forgot to make that record with Crystal Hicks, but she does not object.
All right, very good. Go ahead.
Can you state your name, spelling your full name for the court reporter, please?
Jamie Mask, Jamymask.
Okay, and Janie, what do you do for a living?
I'm a stay-at-home housewife.
And have you ever worked outside of the home?
Years ago, I've not worked in the field in over 22 years.
And how long have you been married?
I have been married for 19 years.
And what high school did you go to?
Really high
And what was your birth name, Jamie?
school. My birth name was Jamie John Dutton Mask.
And what's your husband's name?
Kenneth Ray Mask.
I'm going to show you what's been previously identified as a photograph of Regina Hicks, State's Exhibit 1. Did you know Regina Hicks?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know Regina Hicks?
Her family and my family was intertwined. I don't know, not knowing her.
And how long did you know Regina Hicks?
Like my whole life, she was my best friend.
I was going to ask you to describe your relationship with Regina Hicks, but I think you just did. Next, I'll place on the screen what's been previously identified as State's Exhibit 1B. What is State's Exhibit 1B?
That'd be Paul.
Paul Hicks.
Yes.
And when did you meet Paul Hicks?
Went to school with him. He dated Regina. They were always together.
Did you graduate from, what high school did you graduate from?
Miller High School.
And what year did you graduate?
98.
1998. What year did Regina graduate?
She was a couple grades ahead of me.
And what about Paul Hicks?
Same thing. He was a couple grades ahead of me.
Did you see Paul Hicks in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point him out and describe?
Your Honor, we'll stipulate that.
Thank you.
Paul is sitting at the council table.
Stipulations accepted.
Now, where did the defendant and Regina Hicks live in July of 2001?
On 99 in Blue House.
Okay. And what type of structure did they live in?
One level ranch style.
And was there a house fire?
Yes.
And was there an insurance claim made for the house?
Yes.
And was there a payout made for the house?
Yes.
Do you know how much money was paid out?
A substantial amount.
And do you know how much money the defendant received?
Half of it.
And who received the other half?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
You may. Ms. Wall. All right, sir. The objection was overruled. You may proceed.
Did Regina Hicks receive the other half of the sum?
Yes.
What did Regina Hicks do with that money?
Bought a car.
Excuse me?
Bought a car.
And what kind of car did she buy?
Camaro.
And what color is the
White.
Camaro? Were you ever in the Camaro?
Yes.
And what else did she buy with the car? Or the money, I'm sorry.
She got a tattoo
And how do you know she got a tattoo?
because I got one with her.
And she paid for the tattoo.
Early Christmas present to me.
And what else did she purchase with her insurance proceeds?
She got a Sprint TV, an ATV, her car.
And what was do you know, did you observe the defendant's reaction to Regina spending this money?
Yes.
And what was the defendant's reaction?
Mad as hell.
And why did you say he was mad as hell?
Because she was moving on
Moving on from what?
from the fire. That was it. I mean, she was moving on with her life.
Was she moving on from the defendant?
Yes.
Did you observe the defendant's reaction to the tattoo?
Yes.
What was his reaction to the tattoo?
Anger and rage.
Tell us about that.
He did not want the tattoo. He didn't like it. He was just infuriated.
Where was the tattoo at?
On her back,
Where was yours at?
my ankle. She had a butterfly. I had a horseshoe and 2 roses.
Were you with Regina Hicks in September of 2001 when she was pulled over by the police?
Yes.
And what was she driving that day?
A car that Paul made sure that she was driving because Montana's car seat was in that car.
Do you remember what type of car that was?
A 4-door. I can't, it's been so long, but it was a car that Paul made sure she had put gas in because Montana's car seat was in that.
And what happened when you were in that car with her?
We were leaving the gas station, and all of a sudden we get pulled over, and they take her to the front, they take me to the back.
Who's there?
The Willard Police Department and Dane Howard from the Huron County Sheriff's Department pulled us over and went straight to the glove box and the trunk.
And do you remember what Willard police officer was there?
Ricky Sexton. I can't remember off the top of my name. I know Ricky was there, Dane Howard was there. There were the 2 that I remember the most, but there was more.
Did the police officers search the vehicle?
Yes, they went straight to it.
And was anything found?
Yes.
And what was found?
Pills in the glove box, marijuana in the trunk.
And where were you at when this was when the drugs were found?
We were leaving the pump to leave the gas station, and then they all came in, and we had to get out of the car. They took her to the front, took me to the back.
What gas station was it?
Hi, Myler.
In where?
Willard.
In Willard? Now, after July of 2001, did you have occasion to observe any bruising on Regina?
Yes.
What did you observe?
Multiple bruises.
Where at?
On her arm, her wrist, her leg. Multiple areas.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48. What is State's Exhibit 48?
My handwriting.
That's your handwriting. And who did you present this to?
Dane Howard.
And is there a date on it?
01-09-04.
And what's underneath the date?
Reese from Jamie Dutt.
And
Right. Jamie Dutt.
why did you give this to Dane Howard? Well, who's Dane Howard, first of all?
Dane Howard said that he was the lead detective on Regina's case.
And why did you give this to Dane Howard?
Because I was questioned multiple times about it.
About what?
Everything, what I heard, what I know, what I seen.
And did you write certain things on, make a list?
Yep.
And did you personally observe
Everything on the list.
everything on the list?
Yes, sir.
And when were these comments that are on this list made?
Throughout their whole relationship, but it got worse there towards the end.
Well, after the fire, after July of 2001, were these comments made?
Yes,
And who made the comments?
all things.
And is this a true and accurate list? Is this a true and accurate copy of the list that you gave Dane Howard?
Yes, that is my handwriting.
And why did you make up this list?
Because it's not right.
Did Dane want the list?
I don't know. The truth is the truth.
Okay. You want me to reapproach?
You may. I think you may continue.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, placed on the screen, if what I placed on the screen, is that a true and accurate copy of State Exhibit 48?
Yes.
Okay, please read what you heard the defendant say.
I hate you. Die, bitch. Excuse me, but you're a fucking ball and chain. Old lady, fat cow. Excuse me again. Fucking slob. Fat ass. Dumb ass. You're worth more to me dead than you are alive.
And where were you at when you heard the defendant make these comments about his wife?
Anytime they were together in altercation.
Now, what was Regina Hicks in the process of doing something with her body?
Yeah.
What was she doing?
Getting a breast reduction.
And how did the defendant feel about that?
Angry.
And what do you remember about that?
He worked for the railroad and he wasn't gonna let his insurance pay for her breast reduction.
And what did he say about that?
That he'd rather quit his job than pay for it and pay child support and alimony.
Did you ever hear the defendant discuss child support and alimony?
She was gonna get nothing.
And about when did he say this?
Every time the discussion was brought up.
And did you hear this brought up after the fire in July of 2001?
Yes, I did.
Now, have you ever witnessed the defendant carry Regina Hicks?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you see the defendant carry Regina Hicks?
Princess style, like over the threshold that a bride would bring into the house after her wedding.
So in other words, cradle.
Princess style, I call it.
You
yes.
call it princess, but we can't, for the record, we have to describe what it is.
Yes, underneath the legs, underneath the arms, carry.
With both hands.
Both hands.
Have you ever observed the defendant carry Regina Hicks in a different type of way?
Yes.
And what type of way was that?
Over her shoulder.
How did he put her over his shoulder?
Came at her like a football stance, tackle. Picked her up, hoisted her over his shoulder.
Did Regina Hicks keep a journal?
Yes.
Did you see the journal?
Yes.
Where was the journal kept at?
Beside her bed, underneath her nightstand on the
What do you recall about October 18th, 2001?
I was supposed to be with her that day.
And
I'm sorry. I was supposed to be with her that day.
and what happened that you were not with her that day?
I was under the weather and I had horses to feed.
And where were you supposed to be with her at that day?
We were supposed to go Christmas shopping for her son Montana
And where were you supposed to go Christmas shopping at?
in Mansfield
For who and Montana?
for Montana.
Oh, for Montana. No further questions, Your Honor.
No, on cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron. Ms. Maskey, you testified that Regina was your best friend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that she went missing in October of 2001, correct? Okay. And you would agree with me that law enforcement was exploring several different suspects at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've already testified in regards to State's Exhibit 48. All these nasty things that were said, you waited until 2.5 years after your best friend's disappearance to share that with the lead investigator?
I was always, I told they never wrote down.
You were familiar with the Gates property, correct?
On Winslow?
Yes.
Yes.
And you met with the investigators and the prosecutor in March of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was at your house, right?
Yes.
Because they were re-interviewing you, because obviously this took place in 2001, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall telling them about the pond at Steve's property?
Yeah.
Okay. And you have no reason to dispute that Paul and Montana were helping Steve Gates work on at his pond on his property on October 18th, do you?
Not that much in depth, no.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, anything based on that, Mr. Caceres?
Yes. Do you recall an interview that you gave Dane Howard on October 23rd, 2001?
You can refresh my memory.
Would a copy of Dane Howard's report refresh your memory?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand the witness the copy. You just read it to yourself and let us know when you're done.
Okay. Yes.
Does this refresh your recollections to what you told Dane Howard?
Yes.
On 10/23/2001? The defense counsel asked you about the note, States Exhibit 48. Did you provide Dane Howard on October 23rd, 2001 with similar information
Similar.
when you met with him?
Yes.
So you didn't wait 3 years, did you?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Anything on that basis, Mr. Rich?
Explain to us the similarities.
Similarities as I was asked about it I told it wasn't on paper, and then I was asked, and it's 4 years later, and it's on paper.
And you never used the verbiage you did in the State's Exhibit 48 back in October of 2001, did you?
I think if it's on, it's not on there.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. All right, so nothing further from
Nothing
this
further.
witness? All right, Ms. Mance, then you are excused. We thank you for your appearance here today. I am going to ask that you don't discuss the case with anyone until after the jury is given. Very good, thank you. All right, Ms. Rowe, if you come forward. If you would, if you can stop there, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can take a seat. I'm going to ask that when you answer that you speak up, and if you could, direct your attention to the jury. All right? Very good. All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you would please state your name, spell your last name for the record.
Sarah Rowe, R-O-W-E,
And Ms. Rowe, where do you currently live?
Willard,
And are you employed?
yes.
Where are you employed at?
At Stanley Black & Decker in Willard.
What do you do there?
I'm material handling and your plan for every part department.
And how long have you worked there?
19 years.
Do you know a Chad Rowe?
That's my husband.
All right. How long have you been married to Chad?
We got married 2011, I believe.
And when did you meet him?
We grew up together.
At some point, I'm guessing maybe you were friends growing up together?
Yes.
Where did you guys grow up at?
Out in the country, his uncle, I was just with his cousin Jennifer.
But was this in the area of Willard, Ohio?
Yes.
And at some point, did you two start to date?
Yes.
When did that happen?
The end of November of 99.
What grade would you have been in?
I was a senior.
And did Chad have siblings?
Yes.
Who were they?
His sister Regina, and then he has a brother Charles.
And as far as age-wise, was Regina older, younger,
She's a couple years older than him.
but relatively close in age?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with her once you started dating Chad?
At first, I met her around when we started dating, and then we started hanging out every day just about. Chad got a job on the road, so I hung out with her because I was by myself at her parents' house.
And so you saw her on a daily basis?
Yes.
And how long was your relationship with her like this? Like, how long did that go on for?
Until her death.
So, multiple years?
From 99 to 2001.
And you guys, for that period, you talked pretty much on a daily basis?
Yes.
So you were close?
Yes.
At some point, did you know Paul Hicks?
Yes.
When did you meet him?
I believe it was when Chad had took me over there to like introduce me to his sister again because we had met but had not seen each other for years, and meet his nephew Montana.
And so, do you remember like what year that would have been, or?
It would have been around in between Christmas and Thanksgiving of 99.
And then he and Regina dated then mostly throughout the time up until
I believe they were already married then.
So they were married by the time that you'd met.
I met her before earlier in the years, but it had been a long time.
All right. And as we get into the year 2001, kind of towards the end of that, what was their relationship like?
They were falling apart. He had been cheating on her, and she was kind of upset about that. And she caught him cheating, and they had been fighting. She wanted to get a job, but he didn't want her to work.
Okay. Was he controlling as far as the relationship went?
Yes, like, she really wasn't allowed to go around her mom. She would only talk to her mom when he wasn't home.
At some point, did they separate?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that?
She had caught him with Jansen one night, and that after that, they shortly separated. Maybe that it might have been that night or a couple days later.
Once they separated, where did they live at?
She was still living at the house. I believe he moved in with his mom and dad or his sister one.
Do you remember approximately when that would have been, like a month, time of year?
It was probably a month and a half before she came up missing.
So then, in the weeks that followed that, did she see anybody else?
She started hanging out with some of her old friends. I had met one of her friends, Sherry, and she started dating Mikey Perkins probably a few weeks before that.
Did you know Mike Perkins?
I met him a couple times, like maybe a week and a half before, and then probably a couple days before.
During those weeks, how did she appear, like her demeanor?
She seemed happy. I know I watched Montana a little bit for her so they could go out and just be just them. She seemed a lot happier than she had like the last year.
So it seemed like she was kind of turning the corner maybe?
Yeah, like kind of finding herself, doing her thing, not being just tied to the house every day.
When's the last time you saw her?
It was probably 3 or 4 days, I'm gonna say, because I worked a lot that week, the last week before I saw her. I was working a lot and I had STNA classes at UHOV, so I wasn't home a lot.
Where were you working at the time?
At Twilight Garden.
What'd you do there?
I was I was a nurse and I was going to STNA classes, so.
So during that month of October, you would have been working a lot, or at least that
Yeah, I
week?
was working day shift, and then after work, I'd have to go to classes Monday through Friday at UHOV for my STNA, so they tried to schedule me Monday through Friday, so I was already in Norwalk, and I just drive to UHOV.
But you think that you saw her sometime that week that she disappeared?
Yeah, probably a few days before, because I probably had at least one day off that week.
Do you remember where you were at?
I believe I was at my house.
And what was her demeanor? Like, how was she?
She was pretty happy, and it might have been the same night that she brought Sherry over, maybe not, because it's been a long time, but she seemed happy. They were going to go shopping and go out to eat and stuff.
Okay. Were you aware in the weeks leading up to her death of her purchasing a vehicle?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
So me and Chad went with her because she wouldn't put the car in Chad's name because Paul was going to take the car that she was currently driving from her because that way she would have no transportation. And she wanted me to drive the car that she was currently driving back to their place because she thought Paul wouldn't get mad if I drove it to her. If her brother or parents drove it, he'd get upset.
And so you actually went with them when that was actually purchased?
Yes.
As far as when she did go missing, how did you find out about that?
Mikey Perkins had called our house and me and Chad both kind of answered the phone at the same time and said that she never showed back up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. You can rephrase the
Thank you. I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. Mikey Perkins gave you a call?
Yes.
And once he contacted you, first of all, what were you doing that day?
I just got home from work and I had a headache. I took a shower and was laying down in the bed.
Were you supposed to watch Montana at some point that day?
She had wanted me to, and I had Chad call her and tell her that I didn't feel good, and he said, well, he'd already said his mom would watch her, so she was just going to take Montana to her mom's house.
Once Mikey Perkins told you about her not showing up, what did you do from that point?
Chad called his mom, and she said that she never showed up with Montana, so then I tried her cell phone and her house phone, and I actually had left a message on her house phone answer machine to call me as soon as she got the message.
And what did you do after that?
I ended up going to bed because I was supposed to go to work the next morning, but I ended up calling off.
What did you do those days, like while she was missing?
The next day, I stayed home, and we all kind of went to Lake Sellers and gathered, but while I was at home, Paul's mom called, said she never showed up to pick Montana up, so then I kept trying her cell phone, voicemail was full. I called the house again, left another message on the answer machine, and then the rest of the days I had to work and I had class.
Without saying what the person said, how'd you learn when her car was found?
Janet came home and told me that they found her.
You mentioned towards the end of their relationship that it was argumentative. Did you ever hear Paul say anything about her dating other people in that time period?
Towards the end, when she was kind of wanting to end things because she knew he was with Jansen, he pretty much told her that nobody would want her if he couldn't have her, nobody could.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Rich?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Then we do thank you for your testimony here today. I am going to ask that you don't discuss it with anyone until after the jury comes back with a verdict, okay? All right, you can be excused.
Thank you.
Might be a good time for a brief break. We're about 2:45 right here. Everybody needs a chance to stretch your legs. If you have to use the facilities, do so. Let's figure we'll start back up no later than 3 o'clock. If we get everybody back together a little sooner than that, we'll try and do it quicker. All right? Yeah, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't discuss with anyone else. Don't let anyone discuss.
Please state your name, spell your last name for the record.
Janet Tucker, H-E-C-K-E-R.
Where do you currently live?
Plymouth?
Are you employed?
No, disability.
Okay, you're on disability from where?
Pepperidge Farm.
How long did you work there?
About 30 years.
And what did you do there?
I started out as a packer, on days, and then I went to second as a supervisor, and then third as a tow motor driver, so I could see my kids.
How long have you been on disability then?
Probably like 6 years.
And how did you know Regina?
She was my niece.
And so you are her mother's
Sister.
Were you close when she grew up?
Yes.
As far as living, did you guys live in close proximity?
Yes.
How often would you see their family?
A lot. Like at least every day or every other day. My daughter was close to her age and they played together.
Okay. How many children did you have?
3.
And your daughter was the one that was closest to her?
My oldest daughter, yes.
What was her name?
Jessica Bays.
And even as Regina got older and into high school, you stayed close with her?
Yes.
How often would you see her when she was in high school?
I worked a lot, so probably at least twice a month or something, a couple times a month.
And typically, where would you see her at?
At my mom and dad's or at her house.
At some point, she started dating Paul Hicks. Do you remember when that would have been in her life?
I'm thinking around 15, 16.
So sometime in high school?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you see the two of them together a lot?
Yeah, she was with him a lot.
As she continued to date him, did she still remain at home, like she still lived at home?
Yes.
And how long did the two of them date for?
I'm not quite sure how long.
Would have been years.
Yeah.
Heading into 2021, once we get like towards the back end of that year, what was their relationship like?
He was always yelling at her, fighting with her.
Was he controlling?
Yes, very.
Did you witness an incident like 4 or 5 months before her death that turned physical?
Yeah, he pulled her hair and smacked her at her house, at their house.
And where was that at? You said at their house, but where?
On Dale Street.
And where were you actually at? Were you outside, inside?
I was actually behind the door because She wasn't, we weren't allowed to talk to her.
And that was at the request of,
Yeah.
And speaking of Paul Hicks, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do, sitting over there, in green shirt.
Stipulation to identifications accepted.
And so there was a time where you weren't supposed to talk to her.
Yeah.
Now, when was the last time that you saw Regina?
It was probably like 6 or 8 weeks before she died. I was at her house. She wanted me to stop over to see her border she had put up.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And so you're saying it was a couple weeks before she died, isn't it?
Yeah, about 6 to 8, somewhere in there.
And was she dating Paul at that time?
No.
So they had separated?
Yeah, she told me she had filed for divorce, going to file for divorce.
Was she seeing anybody at that time?
Yeah.
Who was she seeing?
I don't remember his name.
All right, but there was
I'm bad with names, sorry.
But there was somebody that she was seeing at that time?
Yes.
How would you describe?
Mike Perkins.
Okay. How would you describe her demeanor at that time when you saw her?
She seemed happier. Yeah. She was boxing stuff up. She was getting ready to move.
Okay. And that was the last time you saw her?
Yeah.
How did you learn that she had disappeared? Or
my sister called me, her mom, Lisa, and told me.
And once you learned that, in the night that followed, and there's tissues next to you. You can take your time. And that night that followed, in those days that she wasn't missing, did you reach out to her?
Yeah, we drove around, me and my kids looking for her. We couldn't find her.
Do you remember how you found out that her vehicle had been found?
Yeah, the guy that I was dating, Ed Kuntz, called me. I was bartending that night, and he called me and told me that they had found her car.
And once you heard that, what did you do?
I went out to the reservoir, to the pond.
When you got there, can you just describe like the scene, what you saw?
I saw the forensic guy there, and Mike Perkins was there, my brother was, 2 brothers were there, Chad and Charles, me, Jackie Hicks, and Crystal's cousin.
Where did you actually stand? Like, where did they have you located? Were you out on the road or towards it?
Towards the road.
And everybody was kind of together?
Yeah.
Was Paul Hicks there?
No, he wasn't.
Going back to the day that she disappeared, what were you doing that day?
Probably, I had 2 younger kids, I was playing with them.
That evening, what would you have been doing?
The day she disappeared,
Yes.
I was at my sister's house.
All right. Were there ever times that you actually heard Paul talk about child support?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, I worked at the VFW too by my house, and he was sitting at the bar, and he was talking to a friend, and he told, I was getting a divorce at the same time, and I told my friend that my ex didn't want to pay child support, and he spoke up and said he was never going to pay child support.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, and cross, Mr. Rick. The
Senator, I'm not going to ask you any questions to pry into your personal life, but I have some questions that I want to ask you because I'm going to have questions down the road about the investigation.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so you testified that you were going through a divorce at or near the same time as Regina and Paul, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to August 20th of 2003. Do you actually remember that day?
Not really.
Okay. All right. Do you remember giving an interview to Mr. Howard, Dean Howard, in the case in August of 2003? You know who Dean Howard is?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Do you remember speaking to him? It was approximately, 2 years after the incident.
No, I don't.
Okay, well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection of this. Your ex threatened you, correct? When you were going through your divorce?
Yes.
Okay. And he said to you specifically, you better learn how to swim.
You gotta maybe Bruce? You may. Hang on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, now you may proceed.
Do you remember that, telling Dean Howard that now?
Yes, my ex was best friends with Paul Hicks.
Okay. And they were hanging out together
Yes.
Prior to 2001, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He worked on the railroad.
Okay. And in 2003, you voiced some concern to Dean Howard about this because you were concerned if maybe John had something to do with this, correct?
I was more concerned if he was going to get Paul to do something to me.
Okay. You said, though, at the time of the incident, meaning October 2001, you expressed concerns to Dean Howard because you said your husband's pickup truck, you were at one time had blood all over the passenger side, correct?
I don't remember that.
When you met with Dean Howard, you were concerned that your husband was involved with Regina's disappearance and death, were you not?
Yeah, because they were good friends.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, anything based on that, Mr. Casera? I'm sorry, Mr. Alton.
That's all right. Yes, Your Honor. So at some point you gave a statement to Dane Howard, is that correct?
Yes.
And defense counsel asked you about it. It involved your husband, who you were going through this divorce with at the same time that he and Regina were going through a divorce.
Yes.
And you had some concerns about him. And you mentioned he was friends with the defendant, and that's why you were concerned?
Yes.
Okay, because you thought maybe that they had some involvement together?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, nothing further.
Anything based on that?
No recross, Your Honor.
All right, very good. At this time, we are going to excuse you from the stand. Appreciate you being here today. I am going to ask that you don't discuss your testimony with anyone until after the jury comes back with a verdict.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and then the state's next witness.
Chief Shavers.
Good afternoon. If you'd Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And you can have a seat. All right, you may inquire.
Thank you. Can you state your name, spelling, your full name for the court reporter, please?
Shannon Chaffins, S-H-A-N-N-O-N, Chaffins, C-H-A-F-F-I-N-S.
And what do you do for a living, Shannon?
I'm the police chief of the Willard Police Department.
And how long have you been the Willard Police Chief?
Been the chief for 8 years.
And who did you replace?
Mark Holden.
And how long was Mark the police chief?
3 to 5 years, somewhere there.
And how long have you been employed with the Willard Police Department?
31 years.
And prior to being employed with the Willard Police Department, did you have any law enforcement related job?
I did. I worked at the Plymouth Police Department as a part-time officer for about 6 months.
And what did you do before you worked? What did you do before you worked at Plymouth?
I worked at a warehouse in Shelby, Ohio.
So you get hired, and who was the police chief when you were hired to work at the Willard Police Department?
The first one was Dave Sadek, and the second chief that I worked for was Tom King.
Sadek.
Sadek, yeah.
Yeah, I remember. And the second police chief?
Tom King.
Did Tom King have any daughters?
He did get 2 that I knew.
And what were their names?
Carrie and Angie.
Okay. In 2001, what were your duties with the Willard Police Department?
I was a sergeant in charge of a shift.
And what does a sergeant in charge of a shift do?
You're just in charge of the employees that are on that shift. Any decisions that are made, you make those.
Let me hand you what you're going to identify as State's Exhibit 7, and then 83 and 84. What is Exhibit 7?
Exhibit 7 is a map of the city limits.
And what is Exhibit 83?
83 is a map of 4463 Town Line Road 12.
And what is Exhibit 84?
84 is an intersection of Town Line 12 and Section Line 30.
Okay, are those true and accurate exhibits?
They are, yes.
If you look at the screen to your right, what have I placed on the screen to your right?
That's a map of the city.
I'm sorry, to your left.
That's a map of the city limits.
Okay. And what is the street that borders the northern border of the city of Willard?
Town Line Road 12.
And what borders the eastern portion of the city of Willard?
99 or Steel Mall Drive is probably the most extreme.
Okay, and what about the western portion?
Main Street for most of it, but then there's like the subdivision off to the west of the park.
And where's Washington Street in the city of Willard?
It's in the north, it's almost in the center of the screen there if you look.
Okay, so what am I pointing to?
That's Washington Street there.
And that's on the map?
Yes.
And then how does one get from Washington Street to Town Line Road 12?
Most people would take Washington Street to Kiefer, Kiefer to Town Line 12.
And how long of a drive is that?
Maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes.
Next, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 80. You've identified State's Exhibit 83. And what is State's Exhibit 83?
That's 4463 Town Line Road 12.
It's a bird's eye view from Google Earth.
Yes.
And you've identified this document, State's Exhibit 84. What is that?
That's the intersection of Town Line 12 and Section Line 30.
Okay. Now, to the south of Town Line Road 12, what appears?
CSX Railroad.
And what's south of that?
Looks like a field.
See where the word Google Earth is printed?
Yes.
What's that printed over?
That's one of the retention ponds.
And to the north of the CSX tracks, what appears?
Another retention pond.
You know who owns that retention pond?
I do not.
Okay. Now, do you know a person by the name of Paul Hicks?
Yes.
Did you see Paul Hicks in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Your Honor, once again, I'll stipulate identification.
Stipulations accepted.
Thank you. Chief, is the northern retention pond that's on State's Exhibit, what is that, 84? Is that in Huron County?
Yes.
Is Town Line 12, what we've shown you so far, is that in Huron County?
Yes.
How do you know Paul Hicks?
Just from calls and worth contact with them.
Did you have occasion on October 8th of 2001 to respond to a call involving Paul Hicks?
Yes.
What was the basic subject matter of the reason you responded?
Initially, it was a property complaint. He was trying to recover some vehicles from his wife's property.
And who was his wife?
Regina Hicks.
And who responded well, do you recall what location was responded to?
It was a 500 block of Ash Street.
Of Ash Street?
Yes.
Okay. And who responded to that?
Myself and Officer Chris Kevler.
And could you spell the officer's name for the court reporter, please?
Chris. Last name is Kelbley.
And when you arrived at the 500 block of Ash Street, what do you recall you did?
Officer Kelly was there first, and I arrived second. When I was there was a phone call from Regina, and she wanted to talk to us as well, so I left and went and talked to her resident.
And did you notice anything about Regina?
She had some redness on her neck. She said it was,
No, I don't know what you said, but what did you notice about her?
just had a redness on her neck, and she pointed to a mark on the chair and it hit the wall.
And what was her mental state when you saw her?
I don't really recall her.
Okay.
Okay.
Was a statement taken from the defendant?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. What is State's Exhibit 17?
It's a written statement from, signed by Paul Hicks and myself.
Okay, is that a true and accurate copy of the statement?
Yes.
Is this statement a document kept in the regular course of business for at the Willard Police Department?
Yes, I do.
It's something you normally keep?
Yes.
If you look at the screen to your left, if I placed a copy of the statement on the screen to your left?
Yes.
So at the top of the statement, what appears?
Paul's name, address, phone number, date and time of offense.
Okay, so it's the address that he asserted he was living at?
Yes.
Do you know who lives at 3332 State Route 103?
No.
With his phone number?
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
But do you see a phone
I
number?
do see a phone number, yes.
And what phone number is listed?
706-1593.
And birthday?
2/17/75.
And he gave a social security number?
Yes.
And you have date of offense, date of statement, and time of offense?
Yes.
And what did the defendant write? You can read from me, whatever is more comfortable for you, Chief.
He went to pick up a 1995 Geo Prism because his wife bought him a Camaro. When go there, everything was going smooth. Got the keys to the car. Left a 1991 Mercury Tracer for her to have as a backup ride. Was the Mercury. I was back out of the garage when my cell phone started to ring. I answered. It was a female friend of mine, Regina, my soon-to-be ex-wife. Asked who it was. I told her. She went crazy, grabbed the radar detector, slammed it all over the garage floor. I got out of the 95 Geo, went into the house to call 911. She pulled the home base out of the wall, so I went back outside. She grabbed my chest, ripping my shirt, scratching my chest and neck. She had her keys in her fist, punched me in the head, cutting me with the keys. Cutting me with the keys, threw into the yard. I made it to the 95 Geo, started backing out. She opened the door, tried to rip it out. I left and called the cops at my sister's house.
So, what vehicle did the defendant admit to driving?
1995 Geo prison.
And type of car is that?
There's Geos are made by General Motors. It's a compact car. They could use a four-door, but it's a compact car.
A small car.
Small car, yes.
It's not a Cadillac.
No.
And what about a 1991 Mercury Tracer?
Mercury Tracer is like a Ford Escort. It's just got Mercury bags on it, but again, it's a compact car.
Compact car? No further questions.
Okay, and Cross?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, very good. We do appreciate your testimony today, and going to ask that you don't discuss it with anyone else until the jury comes back with a verdict.
Okay.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, ready with your next witness?
Charles Rowe.
All right. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can have a seat. And going to ask that you do speak up to the best of your ability, and also address your comments to the jury if you will.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
If you would please state your name, spell your last name for the record.
Charles Rowe, R-O-W-E,
Where do you currently live at?
Mills Road, Clement, Ohio.
Okay. Now, are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed?
I work at the ArcelorMittal in Shelby, Ohio.
And how long have you worked there?
15 years.
What do you do?
I make seamless tubing, steel tubing.
All right, that's great. Regina was your sister.
Yes, sir.
And growing up, where did you guys live?
On the east side of Willard, on Hayes Street.
As far as an age difference, were you guys close in age, far apart?
I was 9 years older.
So with that type of age difference there, what was your relationship like with her?
Oh, we got along great. And her and my brother actually got along better than myself and her did because of the age gap. They were only 2 years apart. But
Who age-wise, were you closer to your brother or your sister? Was he older or was she older?
she was 2 years older than my brother.
Did you have to like babysit them a lot? Like, was there enough of that kind
Some
of
days,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Did you, what high school did you go to?
Willard High School.
And do you remember a time where she started seeing Paul Hicks?
Yes.
Do you remember about when that would have been? And when she started dating him, were you still living at home?
No.
All right, where were you at by that point?
I was living on the east side in a single room or bedroom house at the time, not too far from where I grew up at.
So it didn't take you very long to get to see the family?
No, like maybe 3 minutes.
And what were you doing at the time? Like, where were you working?
I was working in a, they called it Mansfield Brass and Aluminum. We melted aluminums and made parts out of melted aluminum.
And guessing by the name, was that in Mansfield?
No, it was in New Washington, but their main branch was in Mansfield.
All right, that's a little tricky there. But, and what did you actually do for that?
I melted the aluminum. I operated the furnaces.
And so how often would you see your sister and your brother, your family, like during this time frame? If we're talking like 99 to 2001?
About 2, maybe 3 times a month on the weekends when I wasn't working.
Would you usually go to see them, or would they come to your house?
I would go see them. I'd see my parents,
And when you would see your family, would you see Paul Hicks?
Sometimes.
So as we get closer to 2001, you know, in the last few months that your sister was alive, how would you describe her relationship with her and Walt?
She told me it was getting very rough, and just, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks before she came up missing, she said she was in the process.
Stop for a second, stop.
When there's an objection, I need you to stop, and I'll address the objection. At this time, the objection would be sustained, or would you like to be heard?
No, Your Honor, I'll move on.
All right, sustained, you may move on.
Thank you. And so in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, did they separate? Were you aware of that?
Yes, they did separate.
And how did you know about that?
She would call me.
And at some point, did you learn that she was missing?
My mother called me and asked if I had seen her that day or the following, you know, the day before, and I told her no.
What were you doing the day that she was missing? Do you remember?
I was probably in Columbus, Ohio, pouring concrete, because I did that for, I think, 12 years, too.
Do you remember the last time that you saw her?
I think the last time I saw her, I seen her at the VFW in Willard. And that was maybe 10 days, 12 days before she came up missing.
And so once she came up missing, what did you do? Did you call anybody to try to get a hold of her?
Me and my family members, we looked for her every day, every night. Tried calling her, no answer on the phone. And we just continued to look for her until we found her.
And so tell me about that. What were you doing that day?
I was coming home from Columbus after work, and it was, I don't know, it was probably at least 6 o'clock at night, 6:30. And my ex-wife calls me and tells me, hey, they found a car in the pond in section line 30.
And once she told you that, what'd you do?
I hauled ass home as fast as I could, and I got to the pond.
Tell me what you saw when you got there.
There was approximately, I don't know, 90 people maybe, and they were on the road, on the bridge, and the ambulance was there, and the sheriff was there. They had it somewhat taped off with the yellow crime scene tape, and that's pretty much basically it.
Was Paul there at the pond?
No, sir.
Did you ever have a chance to ask him about that?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
He didn't have a babysitter at the time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, Cross?
No question, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you for your testimony, and you can return to your seat. All right, state's next witness.
Chad Rowe.
Sir, if you would raise your right hand for me, and do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can answer. I'm going to ask that you speak up, and if you would direct your comments to the adjurer. Thank you.
Can you state your name, spelling your full name for the court reporter, please?
Chad Rowe, C-H-A-D-R-O-W-E.
Chad, what do you do for a living?
Construction work.
And how long have you done construction work?
I don't know, on and off, probably 15 years.
Chad, what high school did you go to?
Willard.
What year did you graduate?
I didn't.
Okay. What was your last year you were in high school?
97,
What year would you have graduated?
98.
What's your mother's name?
Lacella Rowe,
Okay. And what was your father's name?
Roley B. Rowe.
And when did Rolly die?
98.
And what was his relationship like with Regina?
It was very, very close.
Was she a daddy's girl?
Yeah.
Do you know what she went to Pioneer for?
Small engine repair.
Did she tear an engine apart?
Yeah.
A car engine?
Lawnmower engines. Dirt bikes.
Okay. And when your dad died in 1998, how did that affect Regina?
It hit her pretty hard.
Did your mom remarry?
Yes.
And when did she remarry?
I think it was like 4 or 5 years later or something.
Okay. And who did she marry?
Lincoln Holbrook.
And is he still alive?
No.
And when did he die?
Don't remember.
And is your mother still alive?
No, sir.
And when did she die?
2015.
Okay. So your mother died in 2015, your father died in 1998.
Yeah.
And what was Regina's relationship like with your mother?
It was close.
Now, do you have any siblings other than Regina?
Yeah. My older brother, Charles.
Okay, so what's the age hierarchy between you, Regina, and Charles?
Charles is the oldest, then Regina's middle, then I'm the youngest.
And how well did you get along with Regina?
We was close.
And you close your entire life? You close for a certain number of years? How long were you close with Regina?
We was real close going through childhood. And then as she got with Paul, kind of drifting a little bit.
Why is that?
We still talk. He didn't want her to be around us.
And in fact, did Regina buy a car in the late summer, early fall 2001?
Yeah.
What did she buy?
White Camaro.
And whose name was the white Camaro in?
In my name.
And why is it in your name?
Because she didn't want Paul to get it in a divorce.
Her husband, Paul Hicks?
Yes.
Did you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you point him out, describe what he's wearing?
Yeah.
Stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's accepted. We move on.
Now, the day that, but first of all, was Regina ever suicidal?
No.
And what was her relationship like with her son, Montana?
It was close.
And shortly before Regina died, did she begin to buy things?
What's that?
Shortly before her death, she began to buy things.
Yeah.
What did she buy?
She bought the Camaro, a four-wheeler, and I think that was it.
And where was she living at?
She was on the corner of Dell and I can't think of that name. She lived on
Okay.
a two-story house.
Did she have a cell phone?
Yes.
And shortly before her death, did she buy a cell phone?
I don't recall.
And do you recall anything about her buying a cell phone?
No.
Do you recall her ever having a broken cell phone?
Yeah.
And when did you have a broken cell phone?
No.
Excuse me?
What was it now?
The question was, do you ever recall your sister having a broken cell phone?
Yes.
When did she have a broken cell phone?
It was probably a couple months or something before she passed away.
Do you remember how it was the cell phone was broken?
No.
Did you buy her a radar detector?
What?
Do you recall buying your sister a radar detector?
No.
Was your sister a drug addict?
No.
Did you have occasion to witness the relationship between your sister and the defendant?
No.
Did your sister carry a lot of money on her?
She did there when she got her part of the insurance money.
And how much would she carry on her?
I never did, it was a pretty good chunk.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant had access to your sister's house on Dale?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Do you know if he had a key?
I know that some items came up missing.
What came up missing?
My dad's shotgun that got burned up in the fire that they got the insurance money for.
Okay. And when did the gun turn up missing? Before or after the fire?
The house burned and the gun was in the house when it burned. And then when they split up, she took it with her and it was in the garage. And then it came up missing.
Okay. When was the last time you saw your sister?
The night before she come up missing.
And where were you at when you saw her?
At my Uncle Denny's house on New State Road.
Okay. And who was at Uncle Denny's house other than you?
My cousin Dusty Patrick and Drew Music.
Anyone else?
There was some other people there. I don't remember exactly who it was.
Okay. What were you guys doing there?
We were standing around just talking.
Okay.
And everything, and then she pulled in with Mikey Perkins.
And when she pulled in, what was she driving?
The Camaro.
The white Camaro? And what was her mood like?
She was happy. I mean, they just come back from McCoon Cycles, where she bought some Fox Racing shirts, and she bought me a hat and a shirt.
Did she give it to you then?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she buy anything else?
That's all I can remember.
Okay. Did she get? Did she and Mike Perkins get out of the car?
No.
So they were parked in the driveway?
Yep.
And were you talking? And you were talking to them while they were in the car?
Yeah.
Did she turn the car off?
Not that I can remember of.
All right. How long was she there?
Well, I want to say about 15 to 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And what topic was discussed?
She said that she...
What topic was discussed?
What's that?
What topic was discussed?
She was talking about how she was going to go shopping and was going to go drop Mikey off and go pick Montana up and bring him back to my mom's house.
And was that at the beginning or the end of the conversation?
Towards the end.
And do you know where Mike Perkins lived?
He lived over on the east side, somewhere over there.
Did you know him?
Not really. I knew of him because he was, I think, 2 grades ahead of me or something.
Mm-hmm. So what happened after your sister left? What did you do?
After we got done, I went on home and went to bed.
Where were you living at the time?
I think I was living on New State.
Okay. And did there come a point in time when you learned that your sister was missing?
The next day.
Okay. And how did you find out your sister was missing?
I was down at my mom's place, and nobody had talked to her, and then the phone rang, and I picked it up, and it was Paul saying that they found her, and he couldn't bear to go out there.
Okay. Now, when you found out that your sister was missing, did you do anything?
Yeah.
What did you do?
We and my brother, we went out looking for her.
And when you went out looking for her, where did you go?
We went down Town Line 12, all through Willard.
And why did you go on Town Line 12?
Because she was supposed to pick Montana up out on Town Line 12.
Was there a specific property that you were supposed to pick him up at?
Steve Gates.
And did you know where Steve Gates' property was?
Yes.
And how did you know where his property was?
Because we all went to the same school, and I heard that he had bought it.
So you drove by?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you drove by?
Nothing.
Was anybody there?
I didn't see anybody.
And when did you, Considering the day you found she was missing and the day that she was discovered, in between those 2 days, when were you out looking for her?
The whole time.
Every day?
We found out, yeah.
And who was with you the whole time?
Me and my brother and my Uncle Carl went with us one time.
And who was driving?
I was.
Did you stop at the Gates property?
We stopped at the road beside the Gates property.
The railroad access?
Yes.
And what did you do when you stopped there?
We just kind of looked over out the window over the property.
Okay.
To see if anything looked out of the ordinary.
Did you go down to Section Line Road 30?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got to Section Line Road 30?
I do believe we turned left and went back up to Little West Road.
So you went up the bridge?
Yeah, we went up and over.
And did you attempt to call her?
Yes.
And what happened?
It went straight to voicemail.
And what number were you calling at first?
I called her cell phone and house number.
Do you know who reported your sister missing?
My mother did.
Now, how was it that you learned that your sister was found?
Paul called.
The defendant called?
Yep.
Where were you at when the defendant called?
I was at my mom's house.
Okay, what were you doing at your mom's house?
We was trying to figure out what happened to Regina.
And who else was at your mom's house?
My cousin Dusty. And I don't remember if anybody else was there at the time.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day the defendant called?
About around midday, like.
And what did the defendant tell you?
He said that they found a car in a pond out on Section Line 30, and he thinks it might be Regina, and he couldn't bear to go out there. And I said, okay, click, and I jumped in the vehicle. Me and Dusty did, and we ran out to Section Line 30.
And when you got to Section Line 30, what did you see?
From about Town Line 12 to the south, it was full of people standing on the bridge and everywhere. And beside the stop sign, Paul's dad, Jackie Hicks, was kneeled down, and he was crying, and he said, "It's her, it's her."
Anybody else there you recognized?
The one sheriff.
Dean Howard?
Matt.
Matt Spencer?
Matt Spencer, and Dane Howard was back further down the road. Matt was the one that was blocking the road off, so nobody could get behind the tape.
And how long were you there?
I stayed there until they left with the car.
So you witnessed the car did you witness the car being pulled out of the pond?
Yes.
And how long after that did you stay there?
Right after the car got pulled out, I ended up leaving after the car left.
And where did you go?
I went to my mom's.
And what happened when you got to your mom's?
I told my mom that it was her car and everything.
Okay. Thank you. How soon after she was found was her funeral held?
It wasn't too long after.
Was it less than a week?
Yeah, I'd say.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, on cross-examination.
Mr. Rowe, directing your attention back to 2001, how old were you at the time?
I'm gonna say 19 or 18.
Okay. And I know you would, there's no sense asking you and your brother about both of these questions. And both of you agree you're allowed to sit in the courtroom for these proceedings, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And a matter of fact, in fairness, the state in their opening statement really didn't discuss things that you were going to be talking about. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, at this time, your mom was still alive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, as a family, your want to keep up to date with the investigation that's going on from the Sheriff's Department, right? Okay. Would you agree with me there was frustration on your part as the younger brother, your older brother, and your mom, because you understood that there were multiple suspects and they weren't telling you what was going on with the case?
Yeah.
Okay. And we know for a fact, like you said, there were 90 people out there, and this was mostly due to the scanner, correct? And then people were making phone calls, if you recall. I know it's a long time ago, but do you recall that?
That's probably word of mouth,
Okay.
I figure.
And that Jimmy Patrick's your uncle.
He's off the stand. He's not going back on the stand too.
No, but I told you I would use. There was an objection to questions regarding cross-examination. So the objections were by the state. One had to do with there was questioning about possible testimony with his niece and nephew, and then the jail cell search issues. So Mr. Brooks, you asked the questions. The state had objected. Since you're the proponent of what would presumably come in through the testimony of Detective Casey, what is your offer of proof as to why I should allow Detective Casey to come back on the stand and testify about his interaction, I believe it was with your mom, and possible testimony of your niece and nephew?
It don't matter with Detective Casey. He's off the stand. He's not going back on the stand too.
No, but I told you I would recall him. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury.
How do I supposed to know?
So are you withdrawing that, sir?
How am I supposed to know? I think I deserve a chance to rebut what was just said. I think I deserve that much if it's a fair trial.
What information do you want to provide to me about that last exhibit?
About what last exhibit? I'm talking about the audacity of the prosecution to just put that on the record when it's stating it's untrue.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's untrue?
We just heard her talk for 5-10 minutes straight. Now don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
I don't know specifically what you're talking about.
There's a reference made to what I'm supposed to know about the evidence stacking up and this and that, as if that has any bearing on what I still think and what I'm still going to present. It doesn't.
Well, that's not what we're talking about at the moment. I made a ruling on an exhibit.
She's been laughing and making comments under her breath the whole time during the whole trial, and I never said nothing. I don't know what's being said, but I can tell that it's directed towards me. I'm not an idiot.
I haven't made any of those observations,
I didn't
sir.
say
What
you.
I've observed,
I didn't say you, Your Honor.
No. What I've observed is
listen, please.
Go ahead.
For her to sit there and try to play it off as if she's not referencing to me, she must think I'm an idiot. That is very disrespectful to me. I haven't said anything about that until today. She's done it numerous times.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're
laughing under her breath. Her trying to cover up the microphone so they can laugh and hee and key. That they've been doing that the whole time. I didn't say anything about it.
I have not noticed that. What I notice are 3 attorneys who cover up the microphone so that they're not heard when they're conferring with each other about evidentiary issues or about testimony.
So why is it always laughing and giggling?
I haven't noticed that other than the one thing you pointed out.
Well, we have cameras. That's what the cameras are for.
Let's refocus our attention on what we're here for, and that's
this
trial.
Then I take that as.
Do you have anything you want to put on the record?
I'm putting it on the record if I get a chance.
No, you need to let me finish. As it relates to the video and my decision to admit it.
She just admitted that she just now came with the exhibit. It was not that she just said, she just made it an exhibit. It was not an exhibit before she made it one.
So do you have some legal basis, sir, for your position? Because I'm not.
What do I need legal basis for when she just admitted on the record that she just made this exhibit up right now?
That is a complete mischaracterization. Sure, she did not.
That's what. So she wasn't implying that by saying that she could pull anything out of her suitcase.
So that's a figure of speech.
Okay, so what is it implying to? What would that be implying to?
As
how would anyone? How would anyone in my position?
Because you're not providing me with any legal basis.
I didn't even finish. You told me that I can make the record. I'm attempting
Sir,
to make the record.
Sir, as it relates to the video and my decision to admit it, do you
I
have
just said
anything?
that you didn't even let me finish.
You're not letting me finish.
You didn't let me finish either, Your Honor.
Because you're not providing me.
But how do you know I wouldn't get to that if I didn't finish?
You're not providing me with anything from a legal basis for which I would consider changing my mind. So the state's withdrawn their request to play the audio.
Then why play the video at all then?
I've already made a ruling on that. You're questioning the ruling. You're not asking me to reconsider it based on any legal basis.
There should be a legal reconsideration of it.
Then you need to provide me with the legal basis for that, sir.
So I'm supposed to just come off that with off the top of my head?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
You're representing yourself. It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. So I was supposed to already come in here this morning and say, oh, a video is going to be shown off the fly at the drop of a hat. Let me try to find some legal thing to combat. How am I supposed to do that?
The bottom line is you open the door to the playing of that video.
We're not talking about
and the
opening
video
those
was
doors.
previously provided to you during discovery.
We're not talking about opening those doors. We're talking about being fair.
There's absolutely no prejudice to you.
Your Honor,
in
with all
terms
due
of
respect,
surprise.
with all due respect, if I had done that,
I am going to move on.
If I had done that, it would have been a big thing.
I'm advising you.
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm advising you to sit down and be quiet. And if you interrupt me again, you are on notice that you will forfeit your right to be present in this trial.
So you're holding me in contempt.
Mr. Brooks.
For the entire trial? Did you say the entire trial?
I never said any such thing.
You said for the trial.
Please?
So what do you mean? I'm asking, what do you mean?
Mr. Brooks, you continue to come at me.
I don't consent to being called
You
that
continue to fight with me.
I'm
You
not
are
fighting
being
with you.
disrespectful.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not.
I'm going to give you one last opportunity to sit down and be quiet so I can make a finding as it relates to other things.
Are you asking me
I don't
to
need
do
to
that?
ask, I'm telling you. Thank you. There were two other issues that came up that I advised the parties I would take up outside the presence of the jury and give, if appropriate, Mr. Brooks the opportunity to ask further questions of Detective Casey. There was questioning by Mr. Brooks about possible testimony and why it had to do with it was in the context of him questioning Detective Casey about speaking with Dawn Woods, his mother, and about a time in August, and there was some reference to his niece and nephew. And I sustained the objection. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury. That's the first issue. The second issue was the questioning of Detective Casey by Mr. Brooks related to the jail search. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey about either one of these two topics, is my first question.
Okay, why was it an issue with me bringing it up?
Mr. Brooks, I'm only going to ask you one more time, and if you don't answer
if I don't
correctly,
understand what was the problem in the get-go with the question, how am I supposed to answer it now?
Mr. Brooks, listen to me, please. I'm going to ask this question one more time.
Man,
it calls for a yes or no.
I don't like your tone and the way you're talking to me. I don't.
Mr.
I don't
Brooks,
appreciate it.
Sit down. I don't care if you don't like my tone. You've been pushing my buttons all day throughout this entire trial, and I have showed the utmost of respect for you, and I don't appreciate you impugning the integrity of this court.
If that's what you want to call it, that's fine, but it's not accurate.
Stop talking.
What you mean, stop talking?
I need to make a ruling. Okay, I'm purposely not putting you in the other courtroom right now.
Let's talk to each other like adults then.
Mr.
Because
Brooks,
I've never told you to stop talking.
I'm going to ask this question one more time, and if he doesn't answer it, I'll take it as a no. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey regarding either his questioning or meeting up with your mom and your niece and nephew about possible testimony, or the search of your jail cell? Yes or no?
What was the problem with me asking the question about the jail cell?
He's not answering my question. We'll move on.
I'm trying to understand. If I don't understand,
how do I
know what I'm supposed to answer if I don't understand? And I don't agree to a stop.
Jeremy Perry appear on behalf of Daryl Brooks, who's also present. Good afternoon.
Right, good afternoon. We are here today to address
the motion that was filed by attorneys Perry and Keys last week, the motion to withdraw. I do want to make a brief record that I met with the parties, the attorneys only at 12:30 today, just to go over what I would call some scheduling, housekeeping matters related to this case and the motion before the court. I don't believe I need to put any of the substance of that on the record unless there is a request from either of the parties. I do not intend to go over any of the substantive issues that are remaining in this case, other than the motion to withdraw. That includes the various filings that the parties have made and any other open issues that we have at this time. I need to first address the issue with Mr. Brooks and the motion to withdraw. I do want to start out with you, Mr. Brooks, and ask you, is it your desire to represent yourself in this case?
It is. I would like to proceed in this matter for prior persona, not pro se.
Say that last part again.
I would like to proceed in this matter in pro per, not pro se.
So you're going to have to tell me what you think that means.
It is me exercising my right to defend myself, to represent myself as a sovereign citizen. So essentially, this matter today would be me appearing by special appearance.
You have an absolute right to have an attorney represent you. It is protected not only by the Wisconsin Constitution, but the United States Constitution. Do you understand that?
I do understand my rights under the United States Constitution, yes.
Did you hear what I said?
Repeat it.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an attorney represent you, what we call the right to counsel?
Under the Sixth Amendment, correct?
Under the Sixth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the Wisconsin Constitution as well. It's a well-established right that a criminal defendant has. Do you understand that?
I'm aware, yes.
Do you also understand that you have the right to represent yourself?
I'm aware of that as well.
I have before me a motion to withdraw by your attorneys with the sole basis that is listed that you want to represent yourself. Is that your understanding as well?
That isn't entirely how the issue came about. I think it's important for that to be on record.
I'm not asking you to divulge attorney-client privileged information. Do you understand that?
So essentially, what is the question?
Well, I want to make sure you understand you have these competing rights. It is recognized in our case law from the United States Supreme Court, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, that there are these competing rights: the right to counsel and the right to self-representation, essentially to be your own counsel. Do you understand these competing rights?
I am aware.
Do you understand, sir, that you can't have an attorney and exercise that right and also exercise the right of self-representation?
No, I don't understand that.
So you started off this hearing by saying you want to exercise this right to appear in persona today and act as a sovereign citizen. Sir, my concern here today is there's a request from your attorneys to withdraw from this case. Do you understand that's the request before me today?
I'm aware that they filed a motion to withdraw, yes.
And are you aware, let me back up. Have you seen that motion, sir? The written motion?
I have seen it.
Did they give you a copy, the paper copy?
I believe it was delivered to me in the jail.
Right, do you have that in front of you today?
No, I do not.
Madam Clerk, why don't you print off a copy and we'll give it to him. Just that. Well, it looks like Attorney Perry has put that in front of Mr. Brooks, along with the court is providing another copy. Mr. Brooks, can you acknowledge for me that you have a written copy of the motion to withdraw now in front of you?
Yeah, this is a motion to withdraw.
Are you able to read that on your own, sir?
Yes.
Have you read it?
As of now, I have read it.
Do you understand what's in that motion?
Yes, I'm aware of what's in the motion, yes.
Is there anything about that motion you do not understand?
I'm aware. I'm aware of it.
My question is, do you understand?
I'm aware.
Do you understand what it says, sir?
It's clear to me what it says.
All right. So let me start off again by asking you, do you wish to represent yourself in this case?
Yes, I do.
Before, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to represent myself pro per.
What does that mean to you, sir? Explain to me that request.
Again, because I've already said it on record, to represent myself as a sovereign citizen.
I'm not going to make a determination, sir, whether you're a sovereign citizen or not. It's not relevant to my determination how you characterize who you are, other than you are accused of 77 counts, which I will go through momentarily, and you have the right to have an attorney represent you. That's your constitutional right. You have two very capable attorneys that have been with you from the beginning. You understand that, right?
No, I do not understand that.
What don't you understand about that, sir?
I don't understand why is a reference being made to the capableness of my attorneys. Now, I agree that they have worked tirelessly on a lot of the things in this case. And I credit them with that. I'm appreciative of that. But it also should be said that there's a lot of things that I did not understand about the proceedings in a lot of the court cases. There were things that I didn't understand why there wasn't certain motions filed. There were a lot of things that I did not.
Something to the effect that it was their opinion that Mr. Brooks reasonably understood or understood with reasonable accuracy why the evaluators were there, the limitations of the confidentiality associated with that, that even during times during those evaluations, if he was being difficult, that he was nonetheless able to communicate with them. He was articulate. His remarks were coherent, fluid, at times, though, they were avoidant of questions asked. I would say this, my observations of Mr. Brooks and perception over the course of the proceedings throughout this case is strikingly similar to some of the commentary and observations by the evaluators, including even the angry outbursts that we've seen in court, the avoidance in his responses to questions asked.
I object to that
That
because
his,
at the end
I
of the day,
understand, Mr.
I
Brooks,
object.
stop. You can
I
object.
object.
Your objection is noted. I'm going on. This is one
I
of the
object.
expectations that I have, is you can object, it will be noted, but you can't keep interrupting. I need to have an accurate record.
Okay.
So
you're
your
reading from
objection,
something-
sir, your
You're
objection
reading
is
from something
noted.
that I haven't been
This
privileged to
is a
read
prime
myself.
example of some of the difficulty with Mr. Brooks.
I don't think you have a PhD,
He
Your
can
Honor.
be, in my opinion, deliberately disruptive, but nonetheless, he maintains being competent at the most basic level in order to present a defense on his behalf.
Object to that.
Now, I talked earlier about some of the case law, or at least referenced it, and I want to start with that, or I should say, start my decision, my ultimate decision at this point with the case law. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a mentally competent defendant the right to represent himself in a criminal trial, no matter how foolish that choice may seem. This is a quote from Ferretta versus California, found at 422 US 806. The quote is from Imani versus Pollard, and the court in that case went on to say the following: the constitutional right, quote, exists to affirm the dignity and autonomy of the accused and to allow the presentation of what may, at least occasionally, be the accused's best possible defense. That's Imani versus Pollard, quoting the McCaskill case. A judge may not deny a competent defendant's timely invocation of his right. Under Ferretta, a defendant's reason for choosing to represent himself is immaterial. Defending pro se will almost always be foolish, but the defendant has the right to make that choice for better or for worse.
Pro per.
In Wisconsin, just like in Ferretta, the court recognizes his right to represent himself. What this court needs to determine is whether Mr. Brooks is making a decision competently, freely, voluntarily, what we refer to in the case law as a knowing and voluntary waiver. That is why the court went through the advisement of the charges, the penalties that Mr. Brooks faces, why it gave Mr. Brooks form CR 226, and went through that with all of the advisements here today. That's also why the court went through the advantages of having an attorney and the disadvantages and challenges of being one's own attorney and representing oneself. I believe that the record demonstrates this court has warned Mr. Brooks about what he is getting into, the challenges, or at least some of the challenges that he may face, including on topics such as jury selection, trial objections, rules of procedure, etc. In the words of Imani versus Pollard, what this court needs to do is make sure the defendant makes the choice with eyes wide open. And that's quoting Iowa versus Tovar. I have made Mr. Brooks aware of the dangers and disadvantages of self-representation by going through not only this form, but by reviewing with him once again the charges, the penalties, the exposure that he faces. Ultimately, in the end, a competent defendant has a constitutional right to represent himself, even if the judge or anyone else thinks there may be no good reason for him to do so. I'm not saying you don't have a reason, sir. I'm frankly speaking to your mom at this point. She may not understand. Frankly, her understanding is not material. You have the constitutional right to make this choice. What's important for this court and why I also went through some of the other biographical information is you have a high school education. You've completed the 11th grade. You have an HSED. You are clearly literate. You've been able to communicate with the court efficiently and effectively. At times, you press the court when there is something you don't understand or believe is not going your way. But to me, that's a sign that you understand and are advocating on your behalf. Frankly, statements like I'm informed or I'm aware are the functional equivalent of you saying I understand. I cannot say that this is one of those narrow class of Mr. Brooks,
I
stop.
object, which is my First Amendment right to be able to say what I want.
Mr. Brooks, your rights do not involve interrupting me. That's the
I objected. I didn't
that's the
interrupt. I
procedure
interjected.
that we will
Object.
follow. At trial, what's going to happen if you continue to do that is you will be admonished in front of the jury.
That's fine.
If you continue that.
That's fine.
Like I said, this is not one of the narrow class of cases in which a defendant may not be competent to represent himself because there's no evidence before the court to suggest he has a severe mental illness, which is why, of course, I looked at the NGI evaluations because that is competent, recent information
That has
before
no
this
relevancy.
court regarding his mental status
It has no
and his
relevancy.
understanding of what is going on.
That has no relevancy to
This
why
court
we're here
is then
today.
able to render the following. It is this court's opinion in finding today that Mr. Brooks understands with reasonable accuracy and is aware of the difficulties and disadvantages of self-representation, the seriousness of the charges against him, as well as the general range of penalties, and that he is making a deliberate choice today to waive his right to an attorney and proceed without counsel. This court further finds that Mr. Brooks is competent to proceed, whether he refers to that pro per, pro se, or simply self-represented. He reads, he writes, he understands the English language. He's been able to communicate with the court. He has no physical or psychological disability that impacts his ability to communicate with the court or to communicate a defense to the jury on his behalf. I've not been able to find on the record, and he has not advised the court of any disability, physical or psychological or otherwise, that would affect his ability to communicate with the court or to a jury. In the words of Pickens, Mr. Brooks has the minimal competence necessary to conduct his own defense. I'll further find that he understands the proceedings, the nature and seriousness of the charge, the maximum penalties that can be imposed if convicted of these offenses. He understands that a lawyer may be of assistance, understands that a lawyer may be appointed if the defendant is indigent, and understands the disadvantages of self-representation.
Never once said I understand.
He is voluntarily and freely waiving the right to be represented by counsel and is making a deliberate choice to proceed without counsel. And therefore, the court will grant the motion to withdraw brought by Attorney Perry and Attorney Keyes. And from this point forward, Mr. Brooks will proceed as his own attorney. Does the Public Defender's Office require any type of written order discharging?
No.
All right, the minutes on CCAP will be sufficient?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, if there is the need just simply file an order under the local rule, and I'll certainly review it and sign if appropriate. Anything else you need from me today before I continue with this hearing?
From
No,
us?
from Attorney Perry and Attorney Keith.
From us, no.
All right, you may, you are discharged and certainly are excused from the remainder of this hearing.
Can I just clarify, as to the discovery, Attorney Perry, you indicated all paper discovery have been turned over, but not the electronic discovery, correct?
Not turned over, but it will be, we'll make arrangements with the jail.
You're gonna turn over the electronic discovery? Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right, I know we have a number of outstanding issues. That documentation was provided to Mr. Brooks at the close of the hearing yesterday. Mr. Brooks, are you in a position to respond to that so that the court can address those outstanding issues today?
What are the outstanding issues?
Those are the documents that I gave you yesterday.
The ones that I already had?
I don't know whether you had them or not, but I specifically gave you all of the pleadings that had been filed from the motion to withdraw forward. That was provided to you yesterday.
So what are the issues?
Are you prepared to address them today, sir?
What
You
are-
have two options, sir. We either address them right now, or I have to come back yet before the trial or decide all of them on the morning of trial, and I'd rather not do that.
That might be the way to go, because I don't know what issues you are referring to. I did bring these boxes up.
Something to the effect that it was their opinion that Mr. Brooks reasonably understood with reasonable 12:30 today, just to go over what I would call some scheduling, housekeeping matters related to this case and the motion before the court. I don't believe I need to put any of the substance of that on the record unless there is a request from either of the parties. I do not intend to go over any of the substantive issues that are remaining in this case, other than the motion to withdraw. That includes the various filings that the parties have made and any other open issues that we have at this time. I need to first address the issue with Mr. Brooks and the motion to withdraw. I do want to start out with you, Mr. Brooks, and ask you, is it your desire to represent yourself in this case?
It is, I would like to proceed in this matter for prior persona, not pro se.
Say that last part again.
I would like to proceed in this matter in pro per, not pro se.
So you're going to have to tell me what you think that means.
It is me exercising my right to defend myself, to represent myself as a sovereign citizen. So essentially, this matter today would be me appearing by special appearance.
You have an absolute right to have an attorney represent you. It is protected not only by the Wisconsin Constitution, but the United States Constitution. Do you understand that?
I do understand my rights under the United States Constitution, yes.
Did you hear what I said?
Repeat it.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an attorney represent you, what we call the right to counsel?
Under the Sixth Amendment, correct?
Under the Sixth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the Wisconsin Constitution as well. It's a well-established right that a criminal defendant has. Do you understand that?
I'm aware, yes.
Do you also understand that you have the right to represent yourself?
I'm aware of that as well.
I have before me a motion to withdraw by your attorneys with the sole basis that is listed that you want to represent yourself. Is that your understanding as well?
That isn't entirely how the issue came about. I think it's important for that to be on record.
I'm not asking you to divulge attorney-client privileged information. Do you understand that?
So essentially, what is the question?
Well, I want to make sure you understand you have these competing rights. It is recognized in our case law from the United States Supreme Court, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, that there are these competing rights: the right to counsel and the right to self-representation, essentially to be your own counsel. Do you understand these competing rights?
I am aware.
Do you understand, sir, that you can't have an attorney and exercise that right and also exercise the right of self-representation?
No, I don't understand that.
So you started off this hearing by saying you want to exercise this right to appear in persona today and act as a sovereign citizen. Sir, my concern here today is there's a request from your attorneys to withdraw from this case. Do you understand that's the request before me today?
I'm aware that they filed a motion to withdraw, yes.
And are you aware, let me back up. Have you seen that motion, sir, the written motion?
I have seen it.
Did they give you a copy, the paper copy?
I believe it was delivered to me in the jail.
Right, do you have that in front of you today?
No, I do not.
Madam Clerk, why don't you print off a copy and we'll give it to him. Just that. Well, it looks like Attorney Perry has put that in front of Mr. Brooks along with the court is providing another copy. Mr. Brooks, can you acknowledge for me that you have a written copy of the motion to withdraw now in front of you?
Yeah, this is a motion to withdraw.
Are you able to read that on your own, sir?
Yes.
Have you read it?
As of now, I have read it.
Do you understand what's in that motion?
Yes, I'm aware of what's in the motion, yes.
Is there anything about that motion you do not understand?
I'm aware of it.
My question is, do you understand?
I'm aware.
Do you understand what it says, sir?
It's clear to me what it says.
All right. So let me start off again by asking you, do you wish to represent yourself in this case?
Yes, I do.
Before, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to represent myself pro per.
What does that mean to you, sir? Explain to me that request.
Again, because I've already said it on record, to represent myself as a sovereign citizen.
I'm not going to make a determination, sir, whether you're a sovereign citizen or not. It's not relevant to my determination how you characterize who you are, other than you are accused of 77 counts, which I will go through momentarily, and you have the right to have an attorney represent you. That's your constitutional right. You have two very capable attorneys that have been with you from the beginning. You understand that, right?
No, I do not understand that.
What don't you understand about that, sir?
I don't understand why is a reference being made to the capableness of my attorneys. Now, I agree that they have worked tirelessly on a lot of the things in this case. And I credit them with that. I'm appreciative of that. But it also should be said that there's a lot of things that I did not understand about the proceedings in a lot of the court cases. There were things that I didn't understand why there wasn't certain motions filed. There were a lot of things that I did not understand the totality of the meaning behind. And that is what kind of led to a lot of issues, but these were issues that were being raised for a number of months. This was not just something that sprung up out of the blue. And I feel that as my attorneys, that it would be essentially their job to make me aware of things that I do not understand. So that's where a lot of the questions come into question as you know.
So let me follow that up, sir. If I allow them to withdraw, you lose their legal experience, their specialized training, right? Their education, their work as attorneys. Do you understand that?
No, I did not understand.
So if you are allowed to represent yourself in this case, sir, you will not have attorneys assisting you. If I let them withdraw, they're gone from this case. Do you understand that?
I think I will probably be better served representing myself.
So in order for me to evaluate whether that's appropriate in this case, there are certain things that I need to go through with you and on the record. Okay, do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's start with the charges in this case. And I'm going to group them together. And if you have any questions, you need to ask me. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
So first of all, sir, you are charged with 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. Do you understand that?
No, I do not. And what I don't understand is the nature and cause of the charge.
Have you been provided with a copy of the second amended criminal complaint, sir?
I cannot say that I have.
I have a copy for you. It was filed on January 12 of 2022. I'll have my clerk hand it to the bailiff. You will be provided with it. While we're giving that to you, Attorney Perry, have you provided Mr. Brooks with a copy of that previously?
I believe so. I think he was also provided a copy of it in court.
I would like to say though, since you said January,
That was filed on January 12th, 2022.
part of the,
So, sir, let me focus you back. I'm interrupting here for a second because I want to focus on this document. So this particular document was filed on January 12th of 2022. Take a look at it. This document details the factual basis the state is relying upon to support each and every one of the charges. Do Do you generally understand what a criminal complaint is, sir?
No, I do not.
Well, it's in front of you. Are you able to read it?
Yeah,
I
can
don't
read it.
mean this moment, but do you read, write, and understand English?
Yes,
Right? Remind me again of the last grade you completed,
I have HSED,
and how many years in school did you actually attend before obtaining your HSED?
11 years.
How long after you went to school through 11th grade did you obtain your HSED?
Immediately.
While you were in school, did you have any special education classes?
Minimally.
Any of those deal with reading or reading comprehension?
No, ma'am.
Do you believe you have any issues with reading documents in this case from a comprehension standpoint?
Absolutely not.
Do you know at what grade level you read? Do you believe it's a high school educational level, a college level?
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to guess that off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that is adequate.
Any physical or psychological disability that would affect your ability to understand the paperwork that's given to you in this case?
Not paperwork wise, no.
Any physical or psychological disability that you believe would affect your ability to communicate in the courtroom, whether to me or in front of a jury?
Absolutely not. I'm doing a good job now.
You are answering my questions, and I appreciate that. So, do you understand, sir, that you are charged with 77 different counts as it relates to conduct of yours that is alleged to have occurred on November 21 of 2021 in the city of Waukesha?
No, I do not understand, and I say that because I'm still trying to. I would like to know the nature and cause of the charges.
Sir, listen to me and listen to what I'm asking you. Do you understand that you're facing 77 charges as it
No, I do
relates?
not
Hold
understand.
on, let me get my question out. Sir, and I will start a little bit more basically. Do you understand that you are charged with a variety of offenses due to conduct that you are alleged to have done stemming from an incident or a series of incidents from November 21 of 2021 in the city of Waukesha?
No, I do not understand.
Do you understand you're facing criminal charges, sir, in Waukesha County?
No, I do not.
So you have no idea that you are facing 77 different charges?
No, I do not. I would like that explained to me, if possible.
Have you asked your attorneys to explain that to you?
I believe I have a number of times.
I'm going to do this a little bit differently, sir. Okay, you are charged with 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide with an enhancer for the use of a dangerous weapon. The charges of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, carries a penalty of lifetime imprisonment. That means the information in this case alleges that you caused the death of another individual, in this case 6 other individuals, with intent to kill, contrary to section 940.01, sub 1 sub A of the Wisconsin statutes. That's a class A felony. Again, upon conviction, you shall be sentenced to life imprisonment. That's as it relates to the first 6 charges. Do you understand what I told you what I've advised you thus far regarding the penalties for the intentional homicide charges?
No, I did not.
You don't understand that these are punishable by life imprisonment?
I would like to still know the nature and cause of the charges.
Sir, I'm focused on the penalties right now and the charges. Please answer my
I
question.
do not understand.
Did you hear what I just said right now?
Absolutely.
You are charged additionally with 61 counts of first-degree reckless endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon. These charges are Class F felonies, and upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $25,000 or imprisoned not more than 12.5 years or both. This too has an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon, which means the maximum term of imprisonment may be increased by not more than 5 years. Did you hear me advise you of these penalties, sir?
Yes, I heard you, but I did not understand the nature of the cause of the charges.
There are also an additional 6 counts of what is referred to in the information as hit and run resulting in death. Each one of these 6 counts is a Class D felony, and upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $100,000 or imprisoned for not more than 25 years or both. Sir, did you hear me tell you about the penalties for these offenses?
Yes, but I don't understand the nature of the cause of the charges.
Sir, did you hear me tell you about the penalties for these offenses just now?
I don't understand the nature and cause of the charges.
I'm not asking you that, sir. Did you hear me advise you of the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
I don't understand.
Did you hear me tell you about the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
I don't understand the nature and the cause of the charges.
But that's not my question, sir. So stop playing games with me right now, okay? Did you hear me tell you the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
Doesn't mean I understand.
I'm not asking you if you understand. I'm asking you, did you hear me advise you about the penalties? Are you able to hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Did you hear me advise you about the penalties for hit and run resulting in death?
I don't understand the nature and cause of the charges.
Again, sir, did you hear me right now?
I heard you right now. Yeah.
Did you hear me tell you the penalties? Yes or no?
Yeah, I heard you.
And I'm not asking if you understand. Sir, you're the one who wants to represent yourself in this case. So I need to go through all of the penalties with you. There are 2 counts of felony bail jumping. Each one of those counts is a Class H felony, and upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 6 years or both. Did you hear me tell you these penalties just now?
I don't understand them.
Did you hear me?
I heard you.
There are also 2 counts of misdemeanor battery domestic abuse. Each one of these offenses is a Class A misdemeanor, and upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 9 months or both. And because each of these charges is an act of domestic abuse, costs upon conviction would include the domestic abuse assessment imposed under Wisconsin law. Do you understand, sir, what I have just told you about the penalties for misdemeanor battery?
No, I do not.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Sir, I calculated the exposure for all of these offenses in 2 ways. In Wisconsin, when a person is convicted of a felony, under truth in sentencing, there's a maximum term of initial confinement and a maximum term of supervision that a court can order. So for example, for a lifetime offense, such as the Class A felony for intentional homicide, obviously the maximum is life. Do you understand that?
No.
Did you hear what I said?
Can you repeat it?
For a Class A felony for first-degree intentional homicide, do you understand the maximum is life imprisonment?
No, I do not understand.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you.
For the first-degree recklessly endangering safety charges, if I were to calculate all of the imprisonment that you face from a maximum standpoint, it would be 762.5 years plus an additional 305 years for the enhancers for use of a dangerous weapon. Do you understand that?
No.
Did you hear me just now recite that though?
Yeah, I heard you.
For the 6 charges of hit and run, the maximum exposure that you face for just those 6 offenses alone is 150 years. Do you understand that?
No.
Did you hear me say that though?
Yes.
For the 2 counts of felony bail jumping, the maximum for both offenses is 12 years imprisonment. Do you understand that?
No.
Did you hear me say that though?
Yes.
For the 2 Class A misdemeanors, the maximum is 18 months, meaning 9 months plus 9 months. Do you understand that?
No.
But did you hear me say that?
Yeah, I heard you.
You heard me advise you of all of these penalties. Is that right, sir?
Yes, I heard you. Do not understand, but I heard you.
Sir, do you want to be represented by a lawyer in this case?
No, I do not.
Do you understand that you have a constitutional right to be represented by a lawyer in this case?
I'm aware that that is one of my rights under the Constitution, yes.
You understand that if you do not have enough money to hire your own lawyer, you may be entitled to have a lawyer appointed to represent you. Do you understand that?
I'm aware, yes.
I've already gone through the charges and the maximum penalties of imprisonment for all of these offenses. If you are represented by a lawyer, he or she may discover information or facts which would be helpful in your defense. A lawyer may find that you have a defense to the charge or that there are facts which may result in a lighter penalty. I want you to take this into consideration in deciding whether or not you want a lawyer to represent you. I also need you to understand that the trial will continue under the same legal rules that would apply if you had a lawyer. If you represent yourself, you will have to follow these rules. Because you are not trained in the law, this will make it hard for you to challenge the evidence presented by the state and hard for you to present any evidence that you want to present. If you decide to testify, you will be sworn as a witness and can give testimony while you are acting as a witness. You will be asked questions by the other side at that time. However, you cannot try to testify while acting as your own lawyer. Do you understand these things, sir?
No, I don't, because it sounds like pro se to me.
Because it sounds like what?
Sounds like pro se to me.
Well, there are two options here. Pro se means you act as your own attorney, you're self-represented. So when I talk about not having a lawyer, representing yourself, acting pro se, those are all the same. They all have the same meaning. Do you understand that?
No, I do not. My understanding that it's not the same meaning as representing yourself as pro per. And if that could be clarified for me, then it would greatly help.
Sir, under the Constitution, you have a right to have a lawyer and you have a right to self-representation. Those are the only two rights that I am talking about today.
I'm aware of that.
So whatever your understanding about some other hybrid fashion is not what I would be proceeding under. Do you understand that?
No, I do not.
What is your expectation, sir, about proceeding on your own in this case, in this pro forma, as you have said?
I simply seek to represent myself pro per so that I can establish my sovereign citizenship.
But what does that mean as to whether you have an attorney or not to you?
Clarify what you're saying, what you're asking.
You keep repeating this phrase, is it perf? Spell it for me.
Yes,
I want to
per,
make sure that I have the right words that you're using.
You want me to spell proprietary persona or pro per? Which one?
Tell me what you think you want to do in this case and what phrase or term that you're using and what it means to you.
Your Honor, I just stated on the record what I would like to do. I don't think.
Spell it for me.
PROPRIAPERSONA.
And what does that mean to you, sir?
It means that I am representing myself as a sovereign citizen of these United States.
Does that mean you have an attorney or not have an attorney representing you, to you?
It means that I am representing myself in all legal matters. So that would say that I am my own attorney.
Do you understand, in order for me to honor that request of yours means you must waive your right to an attorney in this case?
Can you clarify that for me?
In order for me to honor this request of you to appear pro persona as a sovereign citizen, let me back up. What you're telling me is that you want to represent yourself and you're describing it as pro persona. Fair enough? Do I have that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What I hear when you say that is you want to represent yourself and exercise your right under the Constitution to be your own attorney. That's what I understand your request to be. Am I wrong in my assessment of that?
No, you are not.
In order for me to recognize your request and grant your request, you must waive your right to counsel in this case. Do you understand that?
Is it case law on that would give me clarification?
I can't give you advice, sir. I'm just asking you questions. All right?
Well, my understanding is I don't see how that comes into play. I don't. That's why I'm asking, is it a way that can be, that part of what you're saying, just that part can be clarified to me, because that was not my understanding, that there had to be some waiver of rights and
Sir,
things of
in
that nature.
order for you to represent yourself, you need to waive your right to counsel in this case. Do you understand that?
No, I do not, because it's not clear to me. Is that a
You can't
way?
have it both ways, sir. You
I'm
either
not trying to have it both ways.
listen to
I'm
me.
just asking.
You either have an attorney and you're exercising your right to have an attorney, or you waive your right to an attorney and you act as your own attorney, what I refer to as self-representation. Doesn't matter to me what phrase you put on it. The Constitution guarantees you the right to have counsel, and it guarantees you the right to represent yourself. In order for me to honor your request to represent yourself and allow that in this case, means you must exercise, you must waive your right to an attorney.
Now, since you just broke it down that way, it's a little bit more clear. That's all I was asking.
I don't necessarily know, right, what's going on in your mind. That's why I ask a lot of questions. So do you now understand that, sir?
Yeah, I would like to waive that right to counsel. I would like to represent myself from her, as I stated, yes.
Part of the decision I need to make, sir, is to evaluate certain criteria. It's why I asked the questions earlier, in part about your level of education, your level of literacy, your ability to communicate in the courtroom, etc. Do you remember me asking you those questions?
Yeah, I remember you asking me that.
So another thing that I have to evaluate those, sir, because ultimately I have to make a determination that you are knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and deliberately making a choice to waive your right to counsel and represent yourself. And in order for me to do that, I must establish certain things, including that you understand the charges and the penalties you face. Does that all make sense so far?
Yes.
You may have a lack of understanding about the nature of the charges and may have questions regarding that. But my role here today is not so much to explain all of those nuances and explain the basis for the charges, but to make sure you understand what charges you face and the penalties for them. Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
All right. So I'm going to go back to these charges again, sir. Do you understand you're charged with 6 counts of intentional homicide? I'm not, and let me preface, I'm not asking you if you understand why. I'm asking you if you understand that these particular 6 charges have been filed against you.
I am aware.
And are you aware of the penalties if convicted, for each count of first-degree intentional homicide?
You said a lot of numbers, so.
Well, and I can go back to them, and I'm okay. This is important. So, first-degree intentional homicide is a Class A felony, and upon conviction, you shall be sentenced to imprisonment in life. Do you understand that?
I'm aware.
All right. And are you aware that there's also an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon?
I don't understand that, but I'm aware.
Are you aware?
I'm aware.
All right. Are you aware that if a jury finds that you committed the offense of first-degree intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon, that maximum term of imprisonment for this felony may be increased by not more than 5 years? Essentially, it adds 5 years for each offense convicted, with that question being answered by the jury, yes. Do you understand? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
And are you aware, sir, that you face 61 counts of first-degree reckless endangering safety use of a dangerous weapon? Are you aware that each one of those 61 felonies, upon conviction, you may be fined not more than $25,000 in prison, not more than 12 and a half years or both? And are you aware that if convicted and the jury answers the question yes about using a dangerous weapon, each of those terms of imprisonment may be increased by not more than 5 years? Are you aware, sir, that you are also charged with 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death? And are you aware that each one of those Class D felonies is punishable by imprisonment up to 25 years?
Did you say 25 before?
I hope I did. If I didn't, it's 25 years. I'm reading it right from the,
I probably missed it.
there's a lot of charges, and I understand that there's a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
But are you aware that a Class D felony for hit and run resulting in death is punishable by a fine of up to $100,000 and imprisonment of up to 25 years?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that you're charged with 2 counts of felony bail jumping?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that each one of those counts carries a maximum term of imprisonment of not more than 6 years and a $10,000 fine?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that you're charged with 2 counts of misdemeanor battery domestic abuse?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that each one, as a Class A misdemeanor, the maximum term of imprisonment is 9 months and a $10,000 fine?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that they're each charged as acts of domestic abuse, so that upon conviction, there would be a domestic abuse assessment imposed?
That last part I don't understand. What exactly does that mean? The very last sentence.
Sure, it states as follows in the charging documents, that invoking the provisions of 968.075 sub 1 sub A, because this charge is an act of domestic abuse, costs upon conviction would include the domestic abuse assessment imposed under Wisconsin law. It's an additional $100.
Also, it's a fine.
It's a cost. It's a surcharge.
What is it called?
Technically, it's a domestic abuse assessment. It's a financial obligation, but when the court imposes it, it has some other collateral consequences that follow with it. I can't give you advice on what that is, but typically it involves prohibition of firearms. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand? Let me rephrase that. Are you aware, sir, that the state of Wisconsin is represented by District Attorney Sue Opper, Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie, and Assistant District Attorney Zach Wichow? The 3 individuals seated to your left, my right.
Say the first part again.
Are you aware that the state of Wisconsin is represented by 3 attorneys here in court?
No, I do not understand.
Are you aware?
I'm not even aware.
So are you aware, sir, that the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this case?
I'm not aware. This is where the confusion of that comes in. I have confusion to how the state can be the plaintiff.
I am not going to give you legal advice regarding that answer, sir, but you have the second amended criminal complaint, and if you don't, we'll give you the information as well. These are called charging documents, sir. And on the top of each one of those, on page 1, there's a caption. It says State of Wisconsin Circuit Court, Waukesha County. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Do you see where it says State of Wisconsin plaintiff versus Daryl Brooks defendant?
Okay. This is why I'm confused. You have a lot of, every document I ever got up until this point was like this, with my name in all caps.
So what are you holding up? Is that the motion to withdraw?
Well, yeah, because it's the newest.
Right, so every legal document that is filed that's considered a pleading would have a caption. The caption is the information that says what court we're in, so it's circuit court, the county, Waukesha County, and tells the court who the parties are. The parties in this case are the state of Wisconsin as the plaintiff and Daryl Brooks as the defendant. Are you aware of that, sir?
No, I'm not. I need clarification on how the state of Wisconsin can be a plaintiff, because that would essentially mean that the state of Wisconsin is the injured party. How could the state be an injured party?
Sir, I am not going to go down this path of giving you legal advice. Are you?
I'm not asking for legal advice.
Right, and I don't need
I'm
to
saying
provide.
I'm confused on how that can be. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the bottom line, sir, is the state of Wisconsin is the legal entity represented by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office that brings charges against a defendant.
Alleged defendant.
Well, no, you're a defendant accused of committing offenses. You're not an alleged defendant. You are a defendant, but the allegations are accusations. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you now aware of it because I just told you it?
No.
Well, we're going to start with this premise, sir, that the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff. They are represented in this case by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office. There's many attorneys in that office, but the three attorneys who are prosecuting this case are the district attorney, Sue Opper, one of her deputy district attorneys, Leslie Basie, and an assistant district attorney, Zach Witchow. They have been seated at the other table, whatever courtroom we are in, throughout all of the proceedings, or the vast majority of the proceedings in this case. You're aware of that, right?
No.
You're not aware that these attorneys, these people seated to your right, have been in court virtually every time that you've appeared in court?
The guy just came like the last few court days. So I mean.
So you are aware because you made some observations.
Well, the confusion with the question that you're asking is still, how can the state of Wisconsin be the plaintiff?
I'm not going to
How could
answer
it
that
be the
question,
injured
sir.
party?
I have a different reason for advising you. And what you need to know, what's important for my conversation with you today, is that the state of Wisconsin is represented by three attorneys.
Is that a judicial determination?
That is not. That's their prosecutorial discretion, sir. So
they're
but
the
what,
injured
hold
party?
on, nope. Let me ask you the questions and tell you certain things. What I want you to know is that the three attorneys appearing on this case have a collective, if I did my math right, 66 years of experience as attorneys. Did you hear what I said? Yes or no?
Okay, 66 years of experience as attorneys. Okay.
So I'm gonna ask them a couple questions, and I want you to listen carefully. Attorney Opper.
Yes, ma'am.
Has your entire career been as a prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am, since 1991.
How many intentional homicide cases can you estimate for this court that you've been involved in?
10.
That's just before me. Is that how you took that question, or is that total?
Oh, I'm sorry, total in the course of my career.
All right, so 10 intentional homicide cases that actually went to trial or just prosecuted in general? I wasn't very clear on my question,
That's
so.
okay. I would say probably 8 of those would have gone to trial. This is a ballpark, Judge.
Right. Suffice it to say, you are experienced in litigating intentional homicide cases.
Yes, ma'am.
You're also experienced in litigating reckless endangering safety charges.
Yes, ma'am, I've had many cases like that over my career.
How many trials do you think you've participated in over your 31 years?
All right, everybody. So we've been having a right. We want order in the court. We have rules to follow, right? And thank you, mods, for keeping the chat in check. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, G. Understood. We want to have order here. All right. Okay, so this moment we're going to be going in for the night. And all right. All right. For everybody, have a good evening, good weekend, and take care. And peace. No balloons for me tonight. Oh, there we go. All right, here we go.